Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have received a message from His Excellency the President addressed to the Speaker and the House. The message dated 30th June 2021 says, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country to Lusaka, capital of the Republic of Zambia, in the morning of Thursday, 1st July 2021, at the invitation of His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, to lead the Ghanaian delegation to the state funeral of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, first President of the Republic of Zambia, and one of the icons of the independence movement, to be held on Friday, 2nd July 2021 in Lusaka. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Friday, 2nd July 2021. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, I think it's proper we give at least 1 minute silence in honor of the departed President Kaunda, for good reason. Apart from the fact that is partly the product of this country. He was also, as you know, for a long time, our son-in-law. And so I don't know of a precedent, but I feel that we should give him at least a minute silence. I think it's proper. We can observe it, not so. Yes. So, honorable members, a minute silence, please. May the soul of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, first President of the Republic of Zambia, and the soul of all departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 30th June 2021. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, page 7, item number 4.2. I have been declared absent, but I was not only present, but very active yesterday. so, Mr. Speaker, if it could be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office kindly take note. I don't know how you got it wrong, you know. Well, so far as correction of votes and proceedings and official report is concerned, he's a professor. Page 8. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Right Honourable Speaker, the submissions at page 8 below item number IV, that is A, B, C, we would have to move them to page 10 because they are not at the right place. So, Mr. Speaker, if you notice the first paragraph of page 9, the votes and procedures corrected were adopted as a true record of proceedings. That should have come right beneath IV. So the papers that have been presented on this page do not belong here. So we would have to send them somewhere to page 10. It's a wrong insertion.
Yes, table office. You have to do a lot of rearrangement there. Please capture them at the appropriate places. But if there is any correction, yes, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when that is done, the item numbered C on page 8 by Honorable Chairman of the committee. So it should be Chairman of the committee. We have to delete one of the Chairman of the.
Yes, table office, I'm sure you located it. Page 9. Page 10. Yes, Honorable Blackwan.
Mr. Speaker, at page 10, the first word should be Games, the All Africa Games 2023.
Addition of S, not game. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Blakwa.
Right, Honorable, please, at page 15, the item numbered 40 in the column under Public Health and Preventive Care, 4.14. It should be blood collection. The collection is not captured accurately. And then bags and reagents. Reagents is also not captured accurately.
Table office, take note. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, Honorable Blakwa.
Right, Honourable Speaker, please, at page 20, the first paragraph, the last but one line, the Middle Belt Development Authority, who briefed the committee on on the authority's mandate. On the authority's mandate. So on omitted, kindly insert.
Yes, Honorable Member, you said under item 3, in attendance. Is that where the correction is from? Or item 1, opening? Where is the correction?
Yes, please. Item 1, the opening. The committee met on Wednesday, 30th June 2021 at 11:45 a.m. with officials of the Middle Belt Development Authority who briefed the committee on should be there. Committee on the authority's mandate.
Yes, table office. Kindly take note. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to take you back to page 7. Speaker, page 7.
I should permit you to take me back to page 7. I will not permit you to do so. If you have any correction, please see the table office and that.
Thank you, Speaker.
Usually when we go beyond a page and you get a correction, you just communicate it to the table office. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 20th sitting of the second meeting of the first session held on Wednesday, 30th June 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 1st June 2021. I hope members have their copies. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 1st June 2021 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. I was guided by leadership to let us move to the commencement of public business and to take yes, please.
Speaker, I think we are getting it wrong. It's rather item 7E. E for Emmanuel, not C.
E. Correct.
Right, Mr. Speaker.
You are right. 7E.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move.
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm just laying the report.
You are too
Report of the
fast.
Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund, DACF, for the year 2021.
Report is presented to the House and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Is there any other paper to be laid, or we go back to? Yes.
Speaker, I think we can go back to questions, and as agreed with leadership, we'll take question 131. 131.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, understandably, the majority whip can only be guided by you. We have questions numbered 91 to 135. Mr. Speaker, that stands in the name of Honorable Kwabena Mensah Wyoming, Honorable Richard John Mensah, Mr. Izalade Awuni, Mr. Izalade Awuni. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture is unable to appear before this August House and have requested, this was conveyed to me by the majority leader at the business committee. So the whip is seeking your leave to proceed to question number 131. I just invited the Honorable Kwabena Wyoming to let him appreciate that the minister will avail himself to answer the question at a date, Mr. Speaker, to be scheduled by the business committee as you may so direct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But probably whilst we are still laying papers, you could as well just complete the tax of all the papers that ought to be laid, including the one by the Minister of Finance, probably with Mr. Speaker's leave again, by the Deputy Minister for Finance. Exhaust that, and then we can come to only the question on railways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Yes, I heard my good friend, respected minority leader, but what I'm doing is I'm conferring with the Deputy Minister. And as of the last time I engaged her, the items were not ready, so I couldn't vouch for the laying. But, Speaker, if you indulge me, we may have to get back to presentation of papers and also lay item 7D as the last item to be laid before we go back to questions. 7D, D for Daniel.
Yes, Minority
Thank you,
Chief Whip.
Speaker. Speaker, the chair is not in the chamber. The chair of the Finance Committee is not in the chamber. So, Speaker, can we just go back to the order of the business, hoping that by the time we come back, he will be here, so that we don't continue to waste further time.
Honorable members, we'll take item 5 questions. Question number 131, standing in the name of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kulote Kole, Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajman Rollins. Please, Honorable Member, you may now ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask
the Minister for Railways Development the status of the land in and around the Abuja CMB market, and whether any portion of the land has been sold, and if so, to whom, having regards to the development in the area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's the vision of the Ministry of Railway and Development to develop a modern, robust and integrated railway system, as well as associated infrastructure to serve as a catalyst and a backbone for the transformation of our economy. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this vision, the Ghana Railway Development Authority was established by the Railways Act 2008, Act 779, to provide for the operation of railways and also to provide a sound legislative framework for the management of all railway systems across the country. Mr. Speaker, one of the main objectives for the establishment of the Ghana Railway Development Authority is to hold, administer, and also to improve the railway asset across the country. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office as the Minister for Railways Development, I have found out that one of the major challenges affecting the development of the railway sector is the encroachment on our railway lands. For a long time, neglect of the railway sector made people to believe that the railway operations were never going to be revived in this country again. This was aided by the weak administrative and institutional oversight responsibilities across all the institutions. All this, Mr. Speaker, has contributed to create a fertile ground for encroachment on railway lands across the country. Private and individual corporate entities have encroached on lands within and outside the right-of-way, and thus making government's commitment and effort to revamp the sector difficult and costly. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that lands acquired purposely for railway development cannot be sold and has never been sold. The land around the Abuja CMB market remains railway land. Land in that area has only been leased by the Ghana Railway Company Limited to the following entities: Cocoa Board, Ghana Cocoa Board, Mr. Speaker, National Investment Bank, Ghana Private Road Transport Union, Wood Merchant and Trading Company, Pioneer Merchant, Original Embossment Company Limited, J. Lord Care Enterprise, First Eye Limited, Geofort Enterprise, and Cornerbless Enterprise, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the magnitude of the issue of the land encroachment is enormous, but I'm determined to address it once and for all. Within the short period of 4 months that I have the opportunity to lead the ministry, I have rolled out a program which seeks to identify, take inventory, and value all railway assets across the country. The category of assets, Mr. Speaker, include lands, buildings including offices and residential properties, plants and equipment, workshops, railway stations, training schools, among others. Mr. Speaker, title to all these assets will be perfected, and in addition, all assets will be geo-referenced to ensure their effective and efficient management. Mr. Speaker, one disturbing development regarding encroachment on railway land is that some of these encroachers, through whatever means, are able to regularize their illegal activity at the Lands Commission, and in the process attempt to secure good title to the land belonging to Ghana Railway Development Authority. This was a common practice that threatened the existence and sustainability of the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform you that I have requested Land Commission through its sector minister to halt all transactions relating to the railway lands, and such transactions include transfers, regularizations, and any other actions that can create an incurrence on the railway property. The relevant agencies of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, have also been directed not to grant or renew any lease on any of the railway land. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to appeal to my colleague members of Parliament to support the Ministry of Railway Development as we move to reclaim and protect railway lands and other assets as we strive to provide a very comprehensive rail interconnectivity in line with the National Railway Master Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any further supplementary? Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to inquire from the Minister what the plans are for the Railways Police Barracks that are located on the piece of land that we're referring to.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, please can I ask the honourable member to repeat the question again?
Yes, honourable member, kindly repeat the question.
Right Honourable Speaker, if I may perhaps give a bit of an explanation before the question. About a year and a half ago, a private developer encroached on the residences of the police officers and their families at the railways and started trying to demolish. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. About a year and a half ago, a private developer encroached on the barracks for the railways police station, and that became quite a huge problem. And my question to the Minister is, what are the Ministry's plans with regards to the land on which the railways barracks is located?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has come to our notice, and the whole of last week and even yesterday, I happened to visit the site in question. The ministry has put in measures to invite the said developer to go through the processes of its certification in terms of permits and the lease. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty we've had over the period which continues to exist is that some of these leases have been granted 20, 30, 40 years. But the leases were granted not with an intention to establish a permanent structure, but with an intention to put in a temporal structure. What the ministry has done, Mr. Speaker, is to constitute a team headed by my deputy minister to go through all these leases and see how we can take away those that have temporal structures and make sure that we get a right of way for construction of our railway lines throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to inquire from the Minister whether he is aware that his predecessor on a previous question on the floor did mention that accommodation for railway staff was going to be built on the premises, and to date that has not happened. And what does the ministry intend to do about that?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a strategy of my predecessor to put up affordable housing for the railway workers. It's an elaborate program stretched over a period of 10 to 15 years. Mr. Speaker, we're still in discussion with prospective private sector to see how we can engage them in line with the new Public Procurement Acts to begin some of those properties. The difficulty that we have, as we are all aware, is the funding possibilities. And that is why we're taking our time through the legislative instrument to make sure that we get it done once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Right Honourable Speaker, in the Minister's response, at no point does he mention the retailers and the women who engage in trading activities on the premises of the CMB Abuja market. And the biggest complaint they have is that they are constantly being evicted from the land and their structures being demolished. How do they feature in the plan of the use of this land, as there's a very huge market there that contributes to the livelihoods of a lot of people?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the challenges that face the ministry, it's the occupants who illegally move onto the right-of-way of our infrastructure. Yes, we've taken notice of several of the petty traders that currently are occupying the right-of-way. Yesterday, we began a process of engagement to see how we can facilitate, their businesses. We don't intend to displace anybody, but the danger is that if you are on the right-of-way of a rail line, the possibility of safety is very difficult. And so those that we found to be within, the allowable distance, outside the right-of-way, we will allow them. But if you happen to be within the right-of-way, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, we would have to take you out.
Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I heard the minister say, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, at page 23, paragraph 2 of the answer as contained there, he says to the effect that the land around Abuja CMB market remains railway land. Land in the stated area has only been leased by the Ghana Railway Company Limited then he leased the entity. But he failed to tell us the respective duration of these leaseholds, which is very important. The duration of the leaseholds, Mr. Speaker, is very important. So if you will be kind enough to indicate to the House whether they are for 15 years or 50 years, we want to know.
Yes, Minister, can you recollect the duration of the leases to the 10 entities?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. With regard to the specificity of the durations, I will supply this to the August House, Mr. Speaker. But as I stated earlier on, it's within 20 to 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the details will be supplied.
Yes, Minority Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer on page 24, and with your permission, Mr. Speaker, said, Mr. Speaker, one disturbing development regarding encroachment on the railway land is that some of these encroachers, through whatever means, are able to regularize their illegal activity at the Land Commission, and in the process attempt to secure good title to the land belonging to the Ghana Railways Authority, Development Authority. This was a common practice that threatens the existence and sustainability of the railway sector. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister, what is he doing about this? Because if people have secured title to land that belongs to them, how will they be able to retrieve them?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's a very great question. In my earlier remarks, I mentioned that we put a committee together headed by my deputy, who of course is one of the best brains when it comes to land administration in the country, to see how we go through the list one after the other. In the list, some of them that I have happened to go through myself had a clause that states temporal structures. When the list states categorically that it's temporal structures, and that either party can respond within a period of 3 months to take back its property, it gives us a leeway to, reclaim those lands. So we have some of these clauses in some of the lists that give the mandate to the ministry to go back and, take the lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, my worry is how they are able to regularize an illegal activity. How do they do it? It's not an irregular activity, but illegal activity.
Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting, in fact, when an illegality to be regularized. Maybe the choice of words, but Mr. Speaker, the leave that were granted to these prospective developers states categorically that you do not go beyond putting a permanent structures. Now, they take that lease and go through the municipal metropolitan area within which jurisdiction the land is allocated at. That municipality grants the prospective developer the permit. And the permit that is granted is subject to the design instrument. So the developer submits a complete drawing without attachment to the list to the jurisdictions of the local government. So the local government, grants the permit. And so, but when you come back to the list is saying you do not go and put up a permanent structure. And so that is how the confusion goes about. If you go, they say, well, I've gotten my list and I've got a permit from the local assembly. But the local assembly do not take the trouble to find out what the terms of the list state, whether it should be a permanent structure or not. So they get the permit through a permanent structure, but the list says that you must only have a temporary structure. So these are the challenges that we are having, Mr. Speaker.
That should not be a challenge, because you know it very well that you cannot put something on nothing. It will fall. So whatever happened after the illegality is itself what? An illegality. So it cannot be regularized. Well, it's not it's not for me to be asking those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please. Yes, more supplementary. I can see Honorable Della Sua. Mike, please.
Minister, in his answer to creating a better place for the traders in the Abuja market, said that those in the right of way of the railway structure will be evicted. I want to find out if the minister has been to the Abuja market before, because the railway structure doesn't extend there. And then also, I want to find out what the minister's answer is. Is he aware that his predecessor said he was going to create a better place for traders in the Abuja market to carry on their activities? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You have to choose one. You can't ask both. One supplementary question at a time.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to find out if the minister is aware that his predecessor said he was going to create a better environment for the traders in the Abuja market to carry on their activities. Thank you. And whether he has done anything about it. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't seen anything on paper when I assumed office, and so I'm not aware, but I'll take the trouble to look through if there's any policy direction towards that development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But, Mr. Minister, you don't need to see everything on paper before you become aware. After being aware, they can even draw your attention. Somebody can just orally or verbally inform you. So you don't premise by saying that you've not seen anything on paper, and so you are not aware. It presupposes that you have other information, but it's not on paper. Am I right, Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, but I'm not aware, and I don't think there's any other information, but I'm not aware, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my supplementary question is grounded in the last paragraph at page 24, where the Honourable Minister says, Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to appeal to my colleague members of Parliament to support the Ministry of Railway Development as we move to reclaim and protect railway lands and other assets as we strive to provide a comprehensive rail interconnectivity in line with the National Railway Master Plan. The Honorable Minister does not give us an indication of where these railway lands are. You want us to help you, to support you. We are willing to do that. But give us an indication. So if there is some in my constituency, I can help. If some in Ejumako Enyan is here, Honorable Atu can help. So give us an indication of where these lands are that you are moving to reclaim, so we can really support you.
Well, it's not a question, it's a statement. Mr. Minister, it's a statement. A clear statement. If you want to ask the minister, if the minister could make available to you evidence of where the railway lands are, if you want that, yes. But you just give him a statement of.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, can the Honourable Minister, flowing from the last paragraph at page 24, give us an indication of where the railway lands they are going to reclaim are located? Can you provide this House with a list?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, majority of these lands are located along the railway corridor. On the Southern Eastern Railway line, for instance, we have assets right down from Tema through the Honourable Minister's constituency to Mpagada. And with the Western Corridor, Mr. Speaker, we have railway lines along that corridor right down to Kumasi. We have properties itself, Mr. Speaker, distributed across this country, for which I'll provide a detail, yes, in your constituency, please. Mr. Speaker, I'll provide the House with a detailed, positions of, these properties across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, part of the Minister's answers says, encroachers through whatever means are able to regularize their illegal activity. And the Lands Commission, and in the process attempt to secure good title to land belonging to Ghana Railway Development Authority. I find this quite revealing, but I'm aware of your passion and good efforts at reaching the Lands Commission. Are you able to apprise this House on some of the success stories that you can tell them here in raking in a collaborative effort from the Lands Commission, particularly to deal with the problem of encroachers?
Actually, I didn't get your supplementary question. I think what you want to do is to solicit a brief from the minister, a brief to the House on the efforts that the minister has made in reclaiming some of these lands. That will involve a lot. It cannot be a supplementary question.
I am guided, but I thought that was an important question to ask, but I will defer to you.
It's because it's important that I'm talking about a whole brief. It means that it's so important that it cannot be covered by an answer to a supplementary question. But we can create room, space for the minister to come and give a brief on how so far in trying to reclaim some of those lands through the collaboration with Lands Commission and all those things, but not in a supplementary question. That would be asking for too much from the minister.
I'm guided.
Yes, Honourable Bejra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just want the minister to appraise this House. In his answer, he said is collaborating with his colleague, Minister for Land, to stop encroachers. Can the minister tell this House the number of parcels of land that has been so far been encroached by encroachers? Thank you. I just want the minister to appraise this House the parcel of land that has been encroached upon. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, we are talking about supplementary questions. This is not supplementary to the main question. This actually is a main question by itself. It will need a lot of listen. Yes, honorable member for Ododio.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. But, Right Honourable Speaker, because this particular issue affects my constituency a lot, I wish that you give me some laxity in this regard. First has to do with my supplementary question is premised on the answer the minister has given. But then I'm worried because it's a supplementary. I will not get an opportunity to ask a much more. Go ahead. Honourable Speaker, the issue is that the minister has said that they want to claim land. I want to ask the minister: is he aware that part of the parcel of land that is mentioned here actually belongs to the Ghana National Bottling Company and not the Railways Authority?
Wow. This is revealing. This is very revealing.
Well, the question is quite supplementary. It's supplementary. It's just, are you aware that part of the land belongs to? It's just, it wants to know whether you are aware or you are not aware. But one advice I'll give you is that if you fear, don't do. If you do, don't fear. Minister, can you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware.
Honorable Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister whether, once again, he is aware that some of these encroachers and then the eventual registration of these parcels at the Lands Commission for titleship do have the involvement of some of the allodial landowners. Is he aware and has he come across this, and how is he handling those allodial title, the original owners of the land?
Well, he's a lawyer, so, but talking about allodial title holders now, it's something else.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm not aware.
Yes, Honorable Atufosan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his answer has consistently said he is not aware. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister when he's going to be made aware. When are you going to be aware?
Aware of what?
Mr. Speaker, when it gets to my office or the information is gathered, I will be made aware. But as I stood before this House, Mr. Speaker, I say it on authority and on oath, I swear to the House, that I am not aware the original owners of the land are in collusion with those people who perfect the title to the land. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, I am not aware.
I don't know whether minister likes the word "I'm not aware," the phrase "I'm not aware." Because the question was actually an open-ended question. But you love the phrase, I am not aware. I don't want, after this, for members to start referring to you as, I am not aware. Honorable members, yes, Bole Bamboy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've observed that the ministry is demolishing some bungalows behind the Accra Brewery and giving the land to private people to build warehouses. This is a ministry that is saying that they want to revamp this industry. At the same time, they are demolishing bungalows where their staff stay and giving it to private sector. How can this happen when we are saying that we are revamping the sector? Can the minister reconcile this? Thank you.
Please, the supplementary question is,
the supplementary question is, how does it reconcile a situation where you want to revamp an industry at the same time collapsing bungalows where the staff will stay and work? Thank you.
Well, Minister, yes, you may attempt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stated in my earlier remarks that on assumption of office, I have written to the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, asking the ministry to collaborate and instruct the Lands Commission to halt all processes leading to perfecting of titles that are emanating from the properties of railway. So that is already a check from the ministry to Lands Commission. So these are some of the measures that we put in place. I did say that most of these titles or leases that have been granted were done some in the 90s, 1999, some as far back as 2000. And so on assumption of office, we have put halt on issuance of railway property lands to prospective developers. So these are measures that we are putting in place to make sure that we will go ahead and develop the railway infrastructure. So there could not be any conflict at all with our current regime and what has happened in the past. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we move on. On behalf of honourable members and the House, I want to thank you, Honourable Minister, for attending upon the House and responding to the questions of members. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, item 6, statements. Honourable members, we have a few statements which are commemorative, and then one statement which is an attempt to brief the House on the implementation of the Right to Information Act that we passed. What I want to say goes to the ministers. Please, when you want to submit a statement to be admitted by the Speaker, kindly process them through your leaders. It will help all of us because they will have some information that you may not have. and they may also share their experiences on the floor with you. Because we have some constraints when you are dealing with outstanding orders. If you look at the standing orders, starting from Order 70, the 72 talks about the minister making a statement or announcement of government policy. Then 71 dealing with ceremonial speeches, which also come in the form of statements to commemorate special events or occasions of death of distinguished persons. Then the third, Order 72, which deals with general statements. And there are only two types. One to explain a matter of personal nature, another to make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. And so you need to be guided. Some of the statements we submitted are neither policy statements or ceremonial statements. They fall under personal, and that one too, they don't qualify. Urgent, matters of urgent public importance, they don't qualify. And so these are opportunities that we create in the House by giving space, we call briefing, so that you can brief members on the development in your sectors, not in the form of a statement. And so I was happy to see on the order paper the annual report of the Ministry of Information on the implementation of the Right to Information Act. That report will give you the opportunity to give a brief. But when you come in the form of a statement and I allow it, members may have the opportunity to comment, and it may turn into something else. But once you have it and you are eager, I will permit you to make your statement. And this, I'm referring to the Minister for Information. Honorable Kojo Opoin Nkrumah, you may make your statement now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement to this august House. In keeping with the requirements of sections 64.3 and 77.4 of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989, I present to this House a statement on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 989. I would also like to submit to the House the Ministry of Information 2020 annual report on the implementation of the RTI Act by public institutions for the period January to December 2020, and the RTI Commission's report on same. The RTI Act is an act to provide for the constitutional right to information held by a public institution, subject to the exemptions that are necessary and consistent with the protection of the public interest in a democratic society. The Act seeks to strengthen democracy, open governance, and sustainable development. It was passed by this august House and assented to by the President on the 21st of May 2019. Mr. Speaker, Section 86 of the Act made provision for the commencement across public institutions from January 2020. I'm happy to inform this august House that for the first 12 months after the commencement of this Act, significant gains have been made in the implementation of the law by public institutions. Mr. Speaker, following the passage, the Ministry of Information, which has the responsibility of ensuring that public institutions are adequately prepared and ready to deliver on the obligations under the Act, led the process for the planning and implementation of a roadmap. This was done in consultation with major stakeholders, including the Parliamentary Select Committee on Communications, the RTI Coalition, the Data Protection Commission, UNESCO Ghana, the heads of the civil and local government services as well. The stakeholders guided the formation and development of appropriate and standardized systems and a framework for implementation of the Act aimed at avoiding breaches of the Data Protection Act and ensuring uninterrupted operationalization. The Ministry acknowledges the support and contribution of these key stakeholders in ensuring the smooth takeoff of the Act. Access to Information Division was established and commissioned within the Information Services Department on the 17th of July 2020. The division trains and deploys RTI officers to MDAs to service access to information requests of the respective MDAs and provides back-end support to RTI officers on their day-to-day operations. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year 2020, 539 public institutions, comprising 263 ministries, departments, and agencies, 260 metropolitan, municipal, district assemblies, and 16 regional coordinating councils were captured in the ministry's database as institutions required to implement the RTI law. As part of the transitional arrangements, a dossier comprising the Act, standard operating procedures, and application forms were distributed to all sector ministries, local government institutions, and independent public institutions. These documents were resource materials modeled around sections 5 to 19 and 23 to 25 of Act 989 and designed to assist public institutions to implement the law from 2020. Mr. Speaker, the period January to December 2020 recorded a total of 478 information units set up across the 539 institutions in accordance with Section 3, subsection 3B of the Act. A total of 1,055 officers of the public services were engaged to play various roles in the implementation of the Act. This comprised 478 designated RTI officers, 478 records officers, and 99 information officers who were trained and resourced to facilitate the processing of requests received by institutions. In accordance with Section 3, subsection 1 of the Act, each public institution is required to compile and publish an information manual to document the nature of information and the scope of information that may be accessed by an applicant within that institution. Right, Honourable Speaker, in the first year of implementation, a total of 285 public institutions were found to have complied with this requirement. A total of 219 public institutions submitted their annual reports on RTI activities within their respective institutions. An analysis of these reports revealed that 85 requests for information were received and processed across 32 public institutions. 85%, that is 72 requests, were granted, while others were deferred, transferred, referred, or declined in accordance with the Act. Mr. Speaker, another significant milestone chalked in the first year of the implementation was the inauguration of the governing board of the RTI Commission. The board was sworn in by the President on the 19th of October 2020 in fulfillment of Section 40 of the Act. The Commission serves as the oversight body for the implementation of the constitutional right of persons to access information. The Commission has since its inauguration secured and is in the process of furnishing its offices. The 2021 budget for the Commission has also been approved by Parliament, and work has commenced on its regulatory and oversight functions. Mr. Speaker, generally the implementation of the RTI Act in 2020 encountered some challenges, including the impact of COVID-19, delays by public institutions in submitting their required documents, transfers of designated officers resulting in the loss of institutional memory regarding the RTI Act in some institutions, and non-compliance by some public institutions. To address these challenges and to build on the gains made, the Ministry, through the ATI division of the ISD, has outlined the following activities for subsequent years of implementation. 1. A continuation of in-person training of all persons who are responsible for implementing the Act. 2. Further engagement with heads and frontline staff of public institutions on compliance. 3. Staffing all information units with dedicated information officers from the Access to Information Division of the ISD. 4. Submitting a legislative instrument to Parliament for approval. 5. Embarking on a nationwide public education campaign on RTI. And 6. Supporting Parliament to approve the proposed fees and charges for access to information. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to conclude that the Ministry of Information in 2020 worked assiduously and made significant progress in ensuring that public institutions are adequately positioned to implement the RTI Act. We look forward with optimism to consolidate the gains made and sharply execute the Act in the year 2021. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to applaud the contribution of key stakeholders, Parliament, the I2I Commission, the RTI Coalition, UNESCO Ghana, the heads of the civil and local government services, the Ministry of Finance for its invaluable support in ensuring that progress has been made. I thank public institutions for their cooperation and the staff of the Ministry of Information and the ISD for their hard work. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to express my gratitude to you and honorable members of this House for your attention. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, as I stated earlier on, this is a brief. We have the annual report to be laid. It's on the order paper. I think that when the report is laid and referred to the committee, you come back with the report and then we can now debate and exhaust all these things. But this is actually one of the hybrids I was talking about, how to brief the House, and that's why we create opportunities for them, either the annual reports or space for them to brief and then we discuss. But a statement of this nature, I cannot permit comments on it. And so the report is available, it's on the order paper, it's being laid, you go through it, and then it will be programmed for discussions and comments. Please. Let's move to the next statement. The next statement stands in the name of the Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asensu Boache. Is in a similar vein, addressing the increasing risk of flooding across the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement. Mr. Speaker, perennial flooding across the country poses significant threat to government's greater socio-economic development agenda. Lives have been lost, properties destroyed, people displaced, transport lanes disconnected, economic activities disrupted, livelihoods uprooted because of flooding. Flooding also impacts adversely health of victims and undermines their ability to contribute meaningfully to development. Ghana ranks highly among African countries most exposed to risks from multiple weather-related hazards. In the past 3 decades, the country has experienced 7 major floods. The devastating flood event in the Odo drainage catchment on June 3, 2015 led to an unfortunate loss of about 150 lives. May their souls rest in peace. And about 50,000 people were directly affected to varying degrees. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank estimates that 3.5 $2.2 billion. That is 4.5% of our GDP worth of economic assets are at risk of flooding in Greater Accra region alone. And this figure is expected to quadruple by 2050 without urgent action, according to the World Bank. One can only imagine the value of assets that are at risk to flooding across the country. The causes of flooding in the country are multifaceted. They include inefficient drains, undersized covers, uncontrolled development in floodplains, wetlands, and waterways. Additionally, indiscriminate dumping of solid waste into our drains by households contribute significantly to urban flooding. Across the country, new developments and buildings springing up in waterways and floodplains, blocking flow of stormwater, worsening the risk of flooding. Mr. Speaker, on 24th and 25th June 2021, several areas of Kumasi experienced severe and devastating flooding. This affected commercial areas such as the New Kejetia Market, Central Market, Asafu Market, Bantima High Street. Several shops and homes experienced flooding, and goods worth of millions of Ghana cedis were destroyed. Similar reports have been received from Kofodia and Takrady, and indeed other parts of the country. Following my visit to the affected areas in Kumasi on Monday, June 28, the increasing risk of flooding associated with climate change is clear, and we as a nation need to take bold steps to tackle this challenge holistically. Mr. Speaker, since taking office in January 2017, the government of President Nana Akufo-Addo has invested $450 million in the National Flood Control and Priority Drainage Program, compared to $88 million invested by previous governments between 2011 and 2016. Clearly, this level of commitment to tackling the problem, which has resulted in a reduction of flooding incidents in the past few years, is unprecedented and commendable. The government is also collaborating with the World Bank to invest more than $200 million to address solid waste and flood waste challenges in the Odo drainage basin. The project will also see the development and implementation of flood early warning systems to enhance community safety and resilience. Mr. Speaker, while the government is making every effort to ensure flood risk is minimized, it is important to highlight that government alone cannot do this. It must be a shared responsibility. It is therefore incumbent on every citizen to complement the effort of government, take their own safety seriously, and be more mindful of the manner in which solid waste is disposed of. Additionally, individual home builders need to avoid paving all their compounds and make room for storm water infiltration by introducing vegetation in their homes. I further wish to call on MMDAs to strictly enforce planning laws and building codes to prevent development in waterways, floodplains, and wetlands. Where these are flouted, Mr. Speaker, the MMDAs need to take decisive action to rectify the situation urgently in the interest of protecting the good people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet at its sitting on Thursday, 24th June 2021, approved for consideration of Parliament the bill for the establishment of the Ghana Hydrological Authority. The authority will undertake hydraulic modeling to inform housing and infrastructural development planning across the country to ensure that they are steered away from flood-prone areas. The authority will also develop and promote higher drainage standards, including the use of nature-based drainage solutions. Moreover, authority will ensure that flood risk assessments are undertaken for all major infrastructural developments, so they are resilient to both current and future flood risk. The proposed Hydrological Authority Bill will include the National Hydrology Fund, which will facilitate the effective functioning of the authority, including attracting private sector participation in drainage provision. It is my earnest expectation, Mr. Speaker, that in view of the enormous advantages of setting up the Ghana Hydrological Authority, Parliament will lend its full support when the bill comes before this August House for approval. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I wish to thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I did state earlier on that these kind of statements don't come for comments. And they are not also couched like policy statements. And I had difficulty in admitting them. That's why I advised the ministers to pass them through their leaders for advice before they come to me. And so the proper reports are coming where members will get the opportunity to debate them. Now, it will be difficult to say comments on such statements. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I take your informed guidance on the statements made by the Honorable Minister for Information and now by the Minister for Works and Housing, and trust that members will respect your admonition and directives, because many of us take for granted the provisions of our standing order on orders 72. Mr. Speaker, as we will be guided by your ruling, because this is Parliament, and because the media will report timelessly, even though we are bound by your ruling, but your ruling will deny us an input. For instance, if the Minister for Works and Housing stands before this House and says that 400 million was invested, 450 million was invested against 88 million, should I have a contradictory position on it? Must I wait at the time that the public will not hear me to correct him if probably he was not accurate on the facts? So we will respect your ruling, but Mr. Speaker, we will want to say that that is why Parliament has opposite of the aisle when you look at it from this perspective. But Mr. Speaker, we'll wait. But in respect of the Minister for Works and Housing, maybe we have to wait for a budget report. Mr. Speaker, that puts us in a difficulty, so we will relook at the standing order on this matter. Probably, Mr. Speaker, to make an application to you that you can limit the comments only to the ranking members and probably leadership, just two, in order that you can hear the other side on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, I thank you for your input and guidance. The difficulty I have is that these were statements officially communicated to me from the ministry. They are not statements that have been made by members of parliament. There are statements that have been made by ministers of state. And the standing orders are very clear on this, that they can make statements on government policy. And as you rightly observed, some of the issues that they have raised are debatable. But when you go to Order 72, which deals with such statements from ministers of state, it says that a minister of state may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts which it is deemed necessary to make known to the House, and should not be designed to provoke debate at this stage. Any member may comment subject to the same limitation. That is the difficulty I have. That's the difficulty. And that is why I admonish the ministers to always pass these three statements through their leaders for guidance. Unfortunately, the time I'm talking, the ministers are conversing. They are not listening. Because if I allow comments, there will not be comments. There will be debates. Because debatable issues have been raised. And these are also not policy statements. Because when they are policy statements, it's a policy of government. Not just of the one making the statement. Not just of the ministry. But of government. And I keep on telling Ghanaians, including some of you, that our cabinet don't have any power of approval. That's the concept we have. Cabinets are advisory. You advise the president who determines. Ratification approvals are for this house. That is the concept we opted for. And so when you make a statement and you tell me that Cabinet at its sitting on Thursday, 24th June 2021, approved for the consideration of Parliament. Those are terms that we are wrongly repeating from our experience in the 57 to 60 Parliament and then the 69 to 72 Parliaments, where Cabinet had the power to approve. But since we adopted this executive presidency in the 1992 Constitution, our cabinets don't have the power of approval. Please. But if it is the wish for members to comment, I can't prevent the House from expressing their opinions. We'll open it up and let members express their views. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think in this practice, in this House, the practice has always been that we are led and guided by your wisdom and directives. And right from the outset, Speaker, you had advised the ministers in question on what they should have done. And so we don't need to belabor the point. And clearly my friend, the minority leader, struggles to make his application because of the fact that, Speaker, you are spot on. And it should be as it is. And the directives given, in my view, is laced with good wisdom, and we have to respect it and make progress accordingly. So, Speaker, I'm in total agreement with you that we shouldn't open it up, made the statement. It should go into the records, and that should be it. There are other businesses that Speaker needs attention. So, I'm in total agreement with you, Speaker.
Yes, minority front bench. Can I move on? Or you want to make a comment? We move on. There is a statement standing in the name of Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo. And it's on World Drug Day. Honorable Member, you may make your statement now.
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to deliver this statement on International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, also known as World Drug Day. Mr. Speaker, June 26th is a day designated by the United General Assembly in 1987 as International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking to stimulate a sense of responsibility among people around the world, especially youngsters and teenagers. The day is also meant to commemorate Lin Zizong's effort towards the strategic dismantling of the opium trade in Human, Guangdong in China, right before the first opium war on the Chinese mainland. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year, 2021, Share Facts on Drugs, Save Lives, emphasizes the need to bring the light to issues of drugs use or substance use among especially our young adults and its ramifications for this country. Mr. Speaker, the debate over what the abuse and subsequent addiction to psychoactive drugs, mind-altering and mood changes is over, and all of us are now in agreement that drug addiction, now known as substance use disorders, is a disease like any other disease. It is defined as chronic relapsing brain diseases characterized by the compulsive seeking and using of psychoactive drugs despite the negative consequences. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of the above and addiction to alcohol, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, injection pethidine, morphine, and in recent times, cough mixtures, and their derivatives and various combinations range from dysfunctional families, increase in acts of violence, increase in the incidence of suicide, road traffic accidents, armed robbery, child abuse, rape and incest, cybercrime, medical complications, for example, the increase in renal kidney, failure in young adults, stroke in young men and women, diabetes, not forgetting chest diseases like cirrhosis and bronchitis. Even the incidence of HIV/AIDS cannot be completely devoid from the abuse of alcohol and other narcotic drugs. Mr. Speaker, it is sadly noted that though the abuse of cannabis or marijuana is the leading precursor to mental derailment in our psychiatric institutions, certain respectable personalities want a debate on discriminating the use of marijuana. but all of us seated here can say the abuse of weed is already unofficially legalized, even though the law of the abuse of marijuana has not been changed. Mr. Speaker, I think the time has come for us to stop pretending we are not seeing the negative ramification of alcohol and the other psychoactive drug abuse. The disease is not respecting even the pastor. It is striking down prominent members of society, medical doctors, the soldiers, the police, the engineer, the teacher, the street hawker, and the truck pusher have all become victims of the disease of addiction. It is sad to know that our young mothers are seriously competing with the men in the abuse of drugs. Mr. Speaker, time has come for our government to stop talking and begin to act. We need drug rehabilitation centers in all districts of this country. There is also the need to train more health personnel to become drug addiction professionals. Mr. Speaker, Kenya already has about 250 trained addiction professionals with almost 200 rehabilitation centers. Ghana has only 18 trained addiction professionals and cannot count more than 10 rehabilitation centers. Out of this, less than 10 rehabilitation centers, 70% are privately owned. Let us also introduce the study and management of addiction in our educational curriculum, from the junior high schools to the universities. The print and electronic media must be supported to have constant programs on this disease of addiction, from prevention through treatment to rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, let us build government rehabilitation centers. Let us train more doctors, nurses, pharmacists, psychologists, and persons in recovering from substance use disorders to help in the fight against the disease of addiction. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, in less than 5 years, we all may not be safe in our homes, streets, and our workplaces. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Doyo, for a very well written statement on World Drug Day, on the theme Share Fast on Drugs and Save Lives. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement outlined the dangers of drug abuse and its impact on families. He traced drug abuse as one of the main causes for road traffic accidents. He even talked about incidents of suicide, homelessness, medical complications, and so many others. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the areas he talked about had to do with alcoholism in homes and its impact on children especially. And we've all noted in areas where families are addicted to these drugs that has been mentioned, responsibility to raise children becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, he talked about the gaps we have in our society on how to deal with this drug abuse and whether or not we can really put systems in place to help people who are addicted to these drugs. Mr. Speaker, I think the call for drug abuse professionals in our medical system
is a very important one, especially professionals in our schools. Mr. Speaker, the stories of young people who are on all sorts of drugs that, quite frankly, we here might not even know is a very popular one in many schools, and it is really affecting our academic work. Unfortunately, in a lot of our high schools and even the higher universities, we do not have where these students can really get counseling or support. And so the call for support system for drug abuse victims, especially students, is a very important one. A lot must be done to address this issue of drug abuse. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we must also deal with the issue of drug abuse and why people abuse drugs. Mr. Speaker, we recently heard of the story of arrest of people who were trying to smuggle cocaine. And the reason that it continues is because the source of supply, because there's demand for it. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that the source of demand must be addressed. Because if we are not very sure that this is addressed, people will continue to trade in these very illicit drugs that are really helping people to make millions of dollars by destroying so many lives. It is an area that must be addressed. But Mr. Speaker, I think on this very important day, we must highlight the impact of drug abuse and how it has really destroyed lives, destroyed families. And we must, as a country, take very important steps to address the challenges we face in terms of how we can help, especially young people, to get the necessary help, whether it's counseling, so that we can address this very challenging issue. I thank the maker of the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Opportunity. I want to thank the maker of this statement and say that it's quite well researched and very relevant to the health sector now. Mr. Speaker, I want members to understand that the concept of drug abuse or substance abuse is changing. Formerly, when we speak of drug abuse, I believe that everybody's mind goes to marijuana, cocaine, etc. But currently, even the drugs that we take every day, if we don't take them for the right purpose, the right quantities, and at the right time, all this is indeed classified as what? An abuse of the drug or misuse of the drug. And so we have drugs that we use every day, such as tramadol. Tramadol at 50 milligrams is an excellent drug to stop pains. At 100 milligrams, yes, very, very good. But the same tramadol at 250 milligrams is already an abuse and indeed destroying a lot of Ghanaians. The same thing applies to most of these drugs that we take every day. We can even be abusing paracetamol, you will not know. But remember that paracetamol can destroy your liver. You can abuse the cough mixture they are talking about. There's ephedrine in it. That is a substance that can be abused. That is the cough mixture or its equivalents. are inside some of these things, and if you take it, of course, you feel a different way. So please, I'll call on all of us, to listen to our healthcare professionals and take our drugs according to the way it is prescribed or the way we have been taught. Currently in this country, there's a lot of difficulties when it comes to mental health management. And all the complications that we get eventually end with what? Mental health. It was supposed to be free, but budgetary allocations to the sector is not enough. And it is also not covered by health insurance. So the drugs that we use to treat people who get complications out of this drug abuse, when you come to the hospital, you will find that you have to pay for it. And that is because if you are not a mental health facility and you prescribe it in the health insurance, it is not going to be paid. So we have drugs such as Lagatil, diazepam, etc. We use them for some other purposes, but when you use it for, let's say, drug abuse or some other mental illness in a health facility that is not it's not a mental facility, the health insurance will not pay for it. And some complicating issues for people who abuse drugs. You go to the nearest health facility and you still have a lot of problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, we have 3 more statements, but we have to also debate the proposed formula for distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund. So I want us to take that next, and then we can go back to the statements. My colleagues will take over from me. Particularly, there's one statement coming from the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, just to commemorate a day which is passing. And so let's take item 7E. Sorry, we're taking 7E. It's now item 9, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we may have to take item 8 first. The
procedure motion.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I write to move that the House adopts the motion numbered 8 on today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We now move to item 9. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker rise to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed formula of the distributing the District Assembly's Common Fund for the year 2021. The Speaker, the Committee of the Whole met to consider the proposed formula presented by the Administrator of the Common Fund. The Speaker, the committee made references to the Constitution, the Local Governance Act, the standing orders of the House, and the formula itself. The Speaker, in paragraph 3, the background to the formula is provided. The principles underlying the formula provided in paragraph 4. Mr. Speaker, I will just go through the highlights while I urge the Hunter Department to capture the entire report as if same have been read in full. Mr. Speaker, I will just conclude on the observations. 1. The allocation for institutional support. Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that a formula was developed having regard to the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Podo and another versus the Attorney General. However, the administrator took note of some priority programs such as the Youth Development Program, the Youth Employment Support, and support for disaster that require urgent attention. A total of 200 million Ghana cedis, therefore, representing 8.33%, has been earmarked to support those activities. In addition, some national projects were considered and allocated 447 million, representing about 19%, and 630 million, representing 26% of the total allocation, were also allocated for other national programs. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the House adopts the proposals contained in the DACF formula and approve the scenario A of the weighting formula as the basis for sharing the common fund for the year 2021. I so move.
Any seconder?
No, it's okay. We pass.
I will do it. Okay, then do it.
Yes, please.
I second the motion.
Allow.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, I can hear you. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to draw the attention of the House to the fact that since the ruling of the court, the Ministry of Finance, and even before that, has been striving very hard to bring down the cost, the amount from which the 5% will be calculated. They have used all such sorts of tricks, and they have not been going according to the ruling of the Supreme Court. We have raised this matter at several fora, but nothing is being done about it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this should not continue because we are governed by a rule of law. Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear that when the ministry decides to give money to the common fund, it does not tell common fund that this is the amount of revenue. It does not tell the common fund that this is the amount of revenue out of which we are declaring 5% for you. They give anything that they wish to give. And that has resulted in large shortfalls over the past few years. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when the Committee of the Whole met, it came out clear that there is a need to produce, alongside the proposals, to furnish Parliament with what the actuals have been over the previous year. We are now in June, so there can't be any excuse that we cannot have actuals for the various line items. For instance, we want to know that in 2020, an allocation of 92,508,000 was given for the National Youth Program. How much was released and given out to the minority side? Re-emphasize the point that there should be some information to Parliament regarding how much was used. In fact, that will enable us to know whether the actual figure, the budgeted figure, which was appropriated during budget processes, was either given to one or not. If we don't have this, we will not be able to make the informed decisions on how the new allocation should be made. Mr. Speaker, following these discussions from last year and this year, I have developed a presentation format which we will give out to the Common Fund Administrator, and request that when they bring their proposals, they should comply with this. And I'm ready to table it with you, Right Honorable Speaker, which we will emphasize, we will request the DSCF to follow when presenting its request the next time. Mr. Speaker, one other issue about the Common Fund formula is that we should make special efforts, direct efforts to make sure that most of the money go to the districts. But we have over-centralized. For instance, this year, something happened earlier. 489 million Ghana cedis was going to be taken away for the school feeding secretariat. But who knows best which schools to provide school feeding for? Is it not the districts? Well, we centralize the money here, and people are unable to do the right thing in the various districts. In fact, I will even urge that since the portion that is given to MPs for projects, there is so much certainty that it will be used in the district, that amount should be doubled, so that MPs can have more projects done from the Common Fund, because the districts, and we keep the money in Accra, and the districts are suffering. Projects are not being done. Health facilities are deteriorating. School buildings are dilapidated. And normally when problems happen, even natural problems, when there's disaster anywhere, the first person they call is the MP. The district say they don't have any funds. So I think that in future we have to reconsider using the project fund that goes to MPs to do some of these things, because there is certainty that as for MPs, they are going to do the projects in their various districts. Mr. Speaker, we have already approved the distribution at the Committee of the Whole. And therefore, further, we have been approved. We have approved already. So, Mr. Speaker, I still urge that we do so.
Actually, I'm not hearing you now. You said that you have approved already at the Committee of the Whole.
The Committee of the Whole has agreed to recommend to the House for approval the formula as presented yesterday.
You are now talking.
Maybe because of my mask, you couldn't hear me well. Right, Honorable Speaker, I therefore, in seconding the motion, call on the House to approve the proposal so that we can get back to work as quickly as possible. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable members, in debating it, he has raised some critical issues that we want to hear responses from either the chair or ranking member, or the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Local Government and Rural Development. One, that the Ministry of Finance and the District Assembly Common Fund are not complying with the decision of the Supreme Court in the case he referred to, Odo and Anara versus the Attorney General. Two, an issue of presentation formula, which he is proposing for the consideration of this, and I'm sure it's not only in his bosom, you have made it known to the committee members, so that we ourselves are not complicit in the violation of the decision of the Supreme Court. If later we find necessary, we'll set up a special committee on these funds so that after approval, we are able to monitor and supervise the utilization of the funds. Very important. The District Assembly Common Fund is for convenience, not legal concepts. It's not under the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. It's not. Constitutional creation. Please. And there's good reason why these formulas are brought to Parliament, for us to be taking the responsibility. Once we approve them, we have taken a responsibility to ensure that they are utilized according to the approval. And so please try and respond to these issues. If they become arguable, we can resolve it here. But if you all agree that that's what is happening, then we have to take a very serious measure to correct the violation of the Supreme Court decision. We should not be seen tolerating or being complicit in such unlawful conduct. With this, I now invite the chair of the Local Government Committee. Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, former Deputy Minister, I call the chair for Local Government Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I was speaking your special leave to just make an observation. I said I was speaking your special leave to make an observation in respect of compliance with the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, it will be in your contribution, but let me listen to the chair first. We'll give you opportunity. When you stand up that way, it means that we are out of order. So you are trying to draw our attention to come back in line. Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor for the approval of the formula for the DAC 21. Right Honorable Speaker, as it has been captured by the report, the Supreme Court ruling on the matter that was sent to the court by our own colleague, Honorable Fodo. Mr. Speaker, when the committee met, we invited the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, Rep. Honorable Abuna Asar, was at the meeting. Osei Asar, I'm sorry. And she explained to the committee that the ruling of the Supreme Court has been fully complied by the Minister of Finance. And committee members, after that explanation by the Honorable Deputy Minister, was very okay with what the explanation and the comments and the request that the committee wanted to know from the Minister of Finance. So I'm just at a loss why our honorable colleague is bringing that issue up. Mr. Speaker, concerning the performance report from...
Yes, your colleague is up in arms. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, as the ranking member, I am tempted to come in and say, on this particular issue, I'm afraid to disagree with my chairman because he's misleading the House. The committee was never okay with the answer provided by the Deputy Minister of Finance. We made it clear to her that we've been asking this since the 6th Parliament. They should always provide us with the actuals upon which they determine the 5%, 6% or 7% dedicated to common fund. They've never done that. We also asked them to provide for us the basis under which they calculated the net revenue, total net revenue, because we know that receipts like cocoa receipts and other oil and the rest have been amortized. So those ones are not added to the total revenue before the 5% is calculated to be given to the common fund. So we were not okay. She promised that she will further provide for us detailed report on those receipts and the basis for which they calculated the 5% for the common fund.
Yes, I saw the representative of the Ministry of Finance in the person of the Deputy Minister, Honorable Abina Osei Asare, on her feet. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I became chairman as far as 1994.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me.
Yes, you are sure that now I'm Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chairman said that I confirmed that we have complied with the Supreme Court's order. So that is a fact, and that was what I told the committee. And again, I furnished the committee with the breakdown on how we arrived at the total amount. And then, my colleague, Honorable Kodo, asked that we give for arriving at the total figure, that's the amount that we proposed for the common fund for 2021. But as to how we arrived at the total amount based on the Supreme Court's ruling, I presented a sheet with it to Honorable Kodo, and Honorable Kodo has a copy. Honorable Kodo today cannot deny that I brought him a copy to that effect. I showed it to him and showed how the ruling has affected the amount. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I confirmed at the meeting that we have complied with the Supreme Court's order. And then secondly, I also presented a sheet on how we arrived at the total amount. And Honorable Kodo further requested that I provide him with the monthly, the actual quarterly collections that come in. And I confirmed that I will work on that and get it to them as and when we get the total collections for every quarter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, this is a debatable issue. You are disagreeing on as what happened at the committee level. I think the minutes of the committee will guide us. In the meantime, let's proceed with the debate. Yes,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Deputy Minister just said, when the question was put, the response that the Honorable Minister gave to the committee, the bone of contention, Mr. Speaker, was that after the 5% what is to go to the district assembly has been determined, the whole amount should be transferred to the district assemblies for them to undertake their programs and activities. Because on the formula, as captured by the report, we have what we call allocation for institutional support, which includes 1 year. We also have National Youth Authority, which are not, if you take the 5%, they are not to benefit directly from the 5% that has been allocated. So that is where the committee have issues with the proposal that the administrator of the Common Fund presented to the committee. Mr. Speaker, about 2 months ago, your Committee on Local Government and Rural Development undertook a national tour to visit all the projects that are being funded by the Common Fund under the national projects and the institutional support to have a first-hand information whether what it is on paper is being implemented. Mr. Speaker, we went to almost all the regions in the country, and the committee saw the projects that are being supported. But Mr. Speaker, the problem that myself as the chairman of the committee have with the distribution is that, Mr. Speaker, we have just about 50% of the amount going to the district assemblies. The other 50% has been taken up by the national projects and also the institutional support, denying the district assemblies enough resources for development activities in the districts. Mr. Speaker, I therefore recommend to the Minister of Finance that those projects that are being funded from the Common Fund, they are equally good for strengthening local governance institutions, and that the Minister of Finance should find money to support the local government ministry, or, Mr. Speaker, to increase the 5% allocation to the district assemblies to about 7.5% or 10%, so that we can have enough resources to undertake such projects. Mr. Speaker, we want to be acquainted. We visited the district assembly. Mr. Speaker, the office that they are operating for is nothing to write home about. The District Assembly Common Fund is sponsoring an office complex, which we visited. And Mr. Speaker, to me, that money is being well spent for them to get a befitting office accommodation to house the district. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not all the district assemblies that are benefiting from these particular interventions. So, there is no equity. My district assembly, we utilize part of the common fund which comes to the assembly to build our office complex. But, as I've already said, Mr. Speaker, they are very important interventions. But it should not affect the other districts. So, if the common fund allocation is increased to 7.5%, the 2.5% can be dedicated purposely for such interventions. Mr. Speaker, we are building about 90 courthouses for justice delivery. We are building almost the same number for residential facility or accommodation for judges, which are very, very good. And Mr. Speaker, it is not all the assemblies which are benefiting from this. So it is something that as a house, we need to decide that local governance is key to our national development, and that we need to allocate more resources to the assemblies for their development. And as it is now, the 5% allocation to the district assemblies, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough. We need to do more than what we are doing. And on this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and urge honorable colleagues to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ampim Nyaku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also support the motion of the 2021 formula for District Assembly Common Fund. But in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw our attention to the fact that we have been making a very simple request that over the years, I know last year we emphasized it, this year the same thing has been repeated. For instance, Mr. Speaker, in 2020 we allocated 47.4% of the fund as indicated on page 2 to the MMDAs as direct transfers to the MMDAs. That amounted to 1,096,000,000 and some change. Mr. Speaker, as we are approving the formula for 2021, we do not know the actual amount that was transferred to the MMDAs. We have been requesting this simple information, but we don't get it. So on what basis are we repeating the same percentage to the MMDAs this year? At least a guide to us that we allocated 47%. In actual fact, we were able to transfer so much. The 1.something billion that was to be transferred to the MMDAs, how much did we transfer over from January to December? It's an information that would have equipped us to be able to know that allocation is actually good. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we have no means of determining if the administrator actually complied with the formula that we gave her. We don't know. And we are approving another one. 2022, we will be here, she will bring the same formula that we approved and bring another. We will have no means of knowing whether the approval we gave was the actual thing that she followed in the transfer. So I want to emphasize that it is important that when we make requests, we are given the information to help us in making good decisions. It is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen that year on year, we keep introducing new line items. For instance, in the last couple of years, we've introduced this distressed district support. And the explanation is that an amount of money is being put aside for districts that have some court cases and other things. And for me, some accounts have been garnished, and all these explanations, for me, this is sending an indication to districts that they can mess up and the District Assembly Common Fund will be there to bail them out. I don't think that it is something we need to encourage. If you look at 2020, we allocated 1.47%, which amounted to 34 million cedis. This year, we have increased it to 2.08%, and the amount is 50 million cedis. So we seem to be increasing the allocation to support distressed districts. And who are distressed districts? I think it is important that we encourage them to be responsible, and that any actions that they take that incur some debt must be paid by them, and that the District Assembly Common Fund will not be there to bail them out when they mess up. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to notwithstanding, we support. We are already late. We are in July already, and we are all expecting that transfers should be made to the assemblies for them to be able to operate. So I would want us to take these considerations on board and make sure that next year we don't repeat the same issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, former Deputy Minister, you wanted to make an intervention.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes. After the engagement, I thought I'll let it pass. But since you give me the opportunity, let me make this simple point about whether or not we are in compliance with the ruling of the Supreme Court. It ought not to be a matter of controversy. If we take the last budget statement, we know what total revenue came to. That is reported. If we look at how much was assigned to the District Assembly, that is also reported for the year gone by. And it's very easy to see whether the minimum 5% required by the Constitution has been complied with. So, for me, the discussion about whether or not we are in compliance with the ruling court's decision, it's neither here nor there. The issue that Honorable Ampim raised, that having determined in theory that this money must go to the District Assembly, in practice, and that is the accumulation of arrears, to what extent are these funds in arrears? It's a legitimate one that we can all interrogate. But let's not give the impression that the Supreme Court gave a ruling and somehow the Ministry of Finance sat down, did the computations, and gave less than the Supreme Court required. That is just not fair on government. If it's as I said, and I conclude on this, Mr. Speaker, if it's a matter of arrears, let's say so, that this is how much ought to have gone, but in practice, some are in arrears. When are you going to clear the arrears? But let's not miss that discussion with whether or not we are in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Okay, move and I want to move them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved by the chairman of the committee for the proposed formula of the sharing of the District Assembly Common Fund. And Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the debate, to draw your attention to two issues. The chairman in his submission alluded to it, but rather in his speech, Bodo and another, I heard the chairman in page 5, paragraph 8.1. Bodo and another, not Bodo and ano. In the report, it says Bodo and ano. Then, Mr. Speaker, right under that paragraph 8.2, about 447 million. If it is Ghana cedis, qualify it so for the record, 447 million. And Mr. Speaker, I have carefully followed your guidance on this matter when you referred to the position that we should endeavor to treat the District Assembly Common Fund as a creation of the Constitution and to strengthen its autonomy. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, respectively, I will refer you to Chapter 5, Decentralization and Local Government Provisions of the Constitution, which begins in Article 240, and probably emphasize with an end to Article 252. I couldn't agree more with your ruling, but Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, there must be harmony. And that harmony is provided for, and I want Hansard to look at it, 126, Hansard to capture it for the purpose of the record. Section 126 of Act 936 of 2016, and to build harmony because local government and decentralization is still within the ambit of the fund, and in order to be able to manage same. Then two, Mr. Speaker, my strongest observation is that even as we approve the formula today, members of parliament are entitled to the fourth quarter of 2020. That has not been paid. That has not been released. That cannot reflect an economy that is doing well when you are halfway into a year contemplating a mid-year review within the PFM Act and you are not able to settle your outstanding obligations in respect of the District Assembly Common Fund for the fourth quarter. So the Ministry of Finance must endeavor to work with the administrator of the Common Fund for an early release of the fourth quarter. Mr. Speaker, it affects the functionality of our district assemblies. And Mr. Speaker, as you yourself have advised, and this Parliament, again, we should rise up to the calling. And Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote, Section 252, Article 252 of the Constitution provides, and I quote, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament shall annually make provisions for the allocation of not less than 5%. Not less than 5%. Mr. Speaker, nothing prevents us from increasing this to 7.5%. It has happened before. If we are not satisfied with how much goes to district assemblies, as have been observed by the chairman of the committee, let this House take a strong position that we want the District Assembly Common Fund to be increased from 5% to 7.5%. Mr. Speaker, I don't work at the Ministry of Finance, so therefore the Honorable Chairman of the Finance Committee may have fine details in terms of numbers than I do. But Mr. Speaker, I'll refer him to page 210, Appendix B of the 2021 budget statement. And Mr. Speaker, again, you observe it. Total revenue. Whilst commending Bodo and Co. for taking this matter to the Supreme Court, which is a settled matter, and in it, you are to allocate not less than 5% of total revenue. I didn't study economics like you, but total revenue will mean tax revenue, which was about 55.8 billion, non-tax revenue, which was about 10.3 billion, other revenue, which was about 4.2 billion. Total revenue, as reported by you, was 70.3 billion. If you compute 5% of it, you should not get less than 3 billion. But, I've studied economics too. Less stabilization fund, less heritage fund, and less tax exemptions. This is all you need to do to arrive at a figure. So, Mr. Speaker, we should direct the Committee on Finance to thoroughly review these numbers in order that we are not shortchanged in terms of what represents 5% of total national revenue. We know what to put it on. And the Committee of Finance and Local Government must accept the challenge of Mr. Speaker to go into the numbers. We give too much powers to the Minister for Finance. He cannot be above the Parliament of Ghana. So let Parliament demonstrate some moral strength that its committee will look into the numbers. You have provided the numbers in your budget statement, and let us compute 5% of it. If that is unsatisfactory, nothing prevents us from recommending strongly that we want this 5% to be increased to 7.5%. The Constitution didn't tie our hands. Mr. Speaker, then now too, youth employment. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to shepherd the passage of the Youth Employment Act with many of our colleagues supporting. Today, when they are recruiting in the constituencies and in the district, it is discrimination. If you are not a member of the ruling party, you won't get it. That is not right. It probably could have happened under the NDC administration. I'm saying it is not right. Maybe we should decentralize it to constituencies. Let me know in my constituency that 5 persons are entitled to be.
I'll come back to you, but the Majority Chief Whip is on his feet. Yes, please.
Speaker, I was enjoying my good friend, and I'm in total agreement of highlights of his argument. But I take a strong exception to the explicit statement he made that for youth employment program, The minority leader says, if you are not a member of the ruling party, you are not considered. Now, this is a house of record. I am putting a direct challenge to the minority leader. He should provide evidence to this or retract these statements. This is an unfortunate statement to come from a leader of the minority. I find this very offensive. So the leader should do the needful. I'm challenging him. Let him provide evidence to the statement he just made, or withdraw saying.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, I further added that probably, even under the NDC administration, this probably may have occurred. But whilst looking for my evidence, I would ask my colleague to submit employees of NYP in the Nsawam constituency to assist me. So I want to take data from the 275 constituencies, including yours, to see how many members of the NDC in your constituency are on it and how many from your party are on it. I'm simply saying there is a national wrong. I'm not tying it only to this administration. And I'm saying let's endeavor to correct it. You can correct it by saying that every member of parliament must recommend 5 persons. They say 45,000. So 45, just multiply 275 times 5. Then I know every constituency is represented. I would not belabor it, but I accept your challenge that I'll provide a list. I accept it. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I further have requested that the Auditor General, and I did so not because of today, you can check the record. If you have your Minister for Employment, ask him. I wrote to the Auditor General in 2016 to audit the numbers of all those under youth employment. When major audit queries were reported, you can check your record, ask your Minister for Employment to go into my file, he will give you the same. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I support this. But just to conclude, Mr. Speaker, yesterday...
Just before you conclude, yes, the Majority Chief wanted... You are insisting that he should withdraw which of the statements?
Speaker, I had respectfully requested of you to employ or direct the respected minority leader, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, to support the explicit statement he made to the effect that if you are not a member of the ruling New Patriotic Party, you are not considered for employment under the Youth Employment Program. He made it. And so I'm asking him to support say or withdraw say. Simple.
Well, I think that you did not get his statement right. He was talking about a national wrong, which is being practiced now and which has also been practiced before. So he spoke about the ruling party. He did not actually say ruling MPP party. But what made me accept that is because of his reference to the former government too. And so it's being identified as a practice that is wrong, which we should do everything to discontinue. And I'm taking judicial notice of this. I'm taking judicial notice of it. And I think all of you know it, that it has been like this for some time, which is wrong. Party cards for employment, so-called protocol list, and all those things, they must stop. Yes, the very serious challenge we have now is the youth unemployment, and that is a national security threat. We must confront it frontally and solve the problem. So please, Majority Chief Whip, you see want to insist?
I'll leave it.
Yes.
I am not a litigant. And in this house, we've always agreed to disagree. I will also not even call for a report to be given to prove my case. But respectfully, the minority leader had gone ahead to corroborate his earlier statement by saying that he accepts the challenge and he will produce that evidence. He said it. So, not to litigate further or to drag this matter. I will.
You see, please. Where I disagree with you is you adding new patriotic party. He did not. He said ruling party. And there have not been one ruling party in Ghana. Please, you may have some prejudice or bias or something. Or, as we usually say, people don't listen to understand, but they listen to ask questions and to disagree. And so sometimes you don't get it because you already have a predetermined mind. He referred to ruling party. I'm very observant, and I was listening attentively because I know that this report, from the process that has brought this report, I am aware that there will be this kind of controversy. That's why, even though I have people waiting for me, on me, I decided to preside over this. So please, let's go on.
I would conclude with one other observation, which was raised yesterday. I haven't seen it captured in the report. I've seen members of the committee raise concerns about new itemized expenditure. Mr. Speaker, for this Assembly of Common Fund to support the judiciary or the courts, it is not something we should question. Even percentage-wise, how much is going to the judiciary compared to how much is going to the executive and to the legislature? It was supposed to correct a narrative. This is District Assembly Common Fund. Administration of justice and access to justice was a problem. That is why it was recommended that a certain portion be made available. What I understand is that many of the contractors working on many of these courts buildings have not even been paid. Endeavor to pay them. And then the size of the houses. Why do you build a 5-bedroom house when you could do a 3-bedroom house for the purpose of a jet? These are all matters we should look into. Then, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the matter of allocating some funds for the National Peace Council was mentioned. And we're assured that an allocation of 5 million will be used to support the National Peace Council. Mr. Speaker, a novelty in our country, which has been hailed and praised, we remain an oasis of peace. And I think that there is justification for the District Assembly Common Fund to make provision for it. Indeed, myself and the majority leader were in Ada to discuss post-election 2020, organized by the National Peace Council, sponsored by the ECOWAS Secretariat and the Commonwealth Fund. And I'm sure we're at a day on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to respond to the whip again, but to let him understand. And Minister of Finance, Employment, you are here. Mr. Speaker, there is still something wrong with even the model. What you have highlighted, addressing unemployment as a national security crisis. If you employ youth in sanitation, and you are paying them 250 Ghana cedis, I say that is wrong. Because 250 is less than minimum wage. You cannot be paying somebody working in Ghana less than 400 or 500 to begin with. If you go to the Act, Mr. Speaker, and I'm encouraging the whip to read it, we made special provisions under the Youth Employment Act and its accompanying regulation that separate service charges from beneficiary allowances. Separate service charges. So if a particular entity employs 45,000 compensate them for the service, but at least let the beneficiaries have direct compensation, at least minimum 400 a month. You cannot put somebody to be sweeping for 30 days and say that the person should earn just 250,000, when much of it goes into management. The law, and Mr. Speaker, I say emphatically, the Youth Employment Act, which was passed in 2015, was to respond appropriately to the recommendations of the findings of the committee, which investigated and recommended that there must be a legal regime to govern it, to correct many of the wrongs. As for the majority with the transition, you see, many of them are employed for 2 years. So between 2017, 18, 19, they have gone home. No jobs for them, as you have said, Mr. Speaker. It was meant to be transition from youth employment into full employment. Let's work to realize. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee's report, but I strongly think that some allocation should be made available for the National Peace Council. And as I indicated, I discussed it with my colleague, the majority leader, both in Ada and on the floor yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, let me allow the... I thought... no, you're one of your able persons behind.
So I just want to make a point on what the chairman... I know chairman hasn't got the information. Or chairman. Because when the administrator appeared before the committee, we agreed that the amount of money needed for the construction of new offices for the Peace Council is important. But then we couldn't capture it on a different cost line. So we decided to embed it in the construction of regional community councils, district assemblies, and other buildings. So when you look at a particular line, you see construction of RCC, district assemblies, and other buildings. That's how we captured the amount devoted for the construction of offices of the Peace Council.
Well, Chairman, I think we now understand why the District Assembly Common Fund is not common. You may conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank colleagues for their contributions, suggestions. I endorse the last statement by the honourable member for Odododio. Actually, the administrator pointed to that particular line and said the money has been allocated under others, and therefore the Peace Council will be covered. The Speaker, I've also taken note of the concern about the basis for determining the 5%. I encourage members of the committees of finance and local government to collaborate and inform the House whether indeed what the 5% is actually being allocated to the Common Fund administrator or not. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that upon a statement in the last Parliament, yes, I was then presiding, and I directed the Deputy Minister to provide the information to the House. Nobody followed up, so I'm not sure the information has in fact been provided, but I urge the committee to follow it through and advise the House. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Ho Central, Honourable Kodo, has proposed a formula for reporting on allocations and actuals. I encourage the committee to work with the administrator to provide that means of reporting on how much was allocated and how much was in fact released to the Common Fund. So when the report comes to the House, we can know exactly whether we are getting the actual percentages as approved. That will be, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to vote for the proposal as presented.
Well, honourable members, all I can say is that we should try as much as possible not to encourage national governance to abdicate from its responsibilities and push all to local governance. There's a difference. There's good reason why we adopted this form of decentralization. If we think that is not necessary and want reconcentration, let's say so. But the responsibility rests on this parliament, not the executive, and not the district assembly common fund administrator, but this house. And so I will further support the call that the committees on finance and local government and rural development should follow up to the administrator of the common funds and get the details on all these matters. It could be that the total revenue that was estimated was not generated by government, and therefore government might not be able to give what was approved. It could be. So you need to go further than that. If you got that government even got more, it means that this assembly common fund should get more, no less. And then the allocations, we don't keep on every year approving monies for institutions, agencies, and the rest, and they are not released to them. And we keep on doing the same thing. And really, to be frank, I think that our system of decentralization is collapsing. Since I took over, I had so many delegations from district assemblies. Even the caucus of presiding members of district assemblies held a meeting with me. And the things they presented, we are yet to discuss them. So please, don't allow the District Assembly Common Fund money to be now used at the national level and directives given as to how the money should be utilized. That's not decentralization. So with this, it's enough information and notice to the District Assembly Common Fund and the administrator, our former colleague, that we take a serious view of what is happening and will now be looking more into her books and then actions of government. But let me emphasize that the District Assembly Common Fund and the District Assembly Common Fund administrator are creators of the Constitution. The ministries are that of statute and executive instruments. And so the administrator is not under the minister. I am repeating that. They should collaborate and work together to make sure that this thing is implemented. That is all I can say. With this, I put the question. All those in favor of the adoption of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, I believe we can move to take the consequential resolutions. Is that the case? Or you want us to go back to the statements? Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we'll go back to presentation of papers and take
Honorable members, we will now take item 7F. That is, we are about to presentation of papers. Yes, Majority Chief.
With the greatest of respect, we will indeed take presentation of papers, but with your leave, take item 7D. Start with D, and then we conclude with F. Speaker, respectfully.
Well, I was acting on your guidance through my the table office. So we'll go back to item 7D. Presentation of papers, the following papers to be laid. 7D by the Minister for Information.
Annual reports of the Ministry of Information on the implementation of the Right to Information Act in respect of the year 2020.
The annual report is referred to the Committee on Information for consideration and report to the House. Item 7F by the Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the International Development Association, for an amount of $100 million United States dollars to finance the Productive Safety Net Project 2.
Honorable members, sorry, we are laying papers.
Mr. Speaker, you referred the report on the Right to Information Bill to the Committee on Information. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of a Committee of Information. I thought the matter is properly the subject of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. But I heard you say Committee on Information.
Of communication.
Well, I see this as oversight responsibility, not legal. And so the Committee on Communication, yes, not constitutional and legal, communication, yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Commission under the Right to Information Act is overseen by the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. So it will be an anomaly for the report on them to be sent to communication instead of Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Honorable Member, this is a report coming from the ministry. It's a report, annual report coming from the ministry, and the ministry is reporting to the House on the steps it has taken in trying to actualize the provisions of the Act. And so the appropriate subject matter committee should be the one that should go through the report. If there are other issues, legal and others, then we can refer to the Constitutional and Legal Committee dealing with commissions and the rest. But the whole report, I believe the appropriate committee is with this. But definitely, Honorable Member, you are completely out of order. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know you are strict to the letter and spirit of our standing orders, and as guardian and interpreter of our rules of procedure, I can understand you referring to the Right to Information report to the Committee on Communications. Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, but to seek your leave to include the leadership of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal Because, Mr. Speaker, globally, as you yourself participated in many of the fora and discussion on the subject, right to information is an anti-corruption, anti-graft, deepening transparency instrument. And therefore, beyond the Committee on Communication, the Committee on Constitutional Legal may have interest in some of the matters, if you would have no objection to it. If you have no objection, Mr. Speaker, you may just add the leadership when the Committee on Communication is looking at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's a danger in extending these things because, you see, right to information, which is interpreted by the Act itself, means the right assigned to access information. And so if you are looking at that one, we are not really going into the legalities of the rights, but the steps that the minister has taken to implement the provisions and make the right become a reality. People now could access information. It's not something that we should bring in constitutional, legal, and parliamentary affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I abandon my proposal.
I will not be tempted to cause confusion between leaders and their members. So please, let's leave it at that. It's a committee on communication. Yes. Item. We finished with 7F Roman 1. Is Roman 2 ready? So, honorable members, we also present item 7F Roman 2 at page 4 of the order paper.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association for an amount of $200 million as additional financing for the Ghana COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness and Response Projects.
Honorable members, the report is presented accordingly and is for distribution to honorable members. We move to, yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I've conferred with my colleague and we come to an agreement that we defer the relevant motions to tomorrow, and probably with your guidance, adjourn to tomorrow.
No, we will not adjourn. We have a lot of statements, and I'm getting serious pressure from members. I admitted some statements as far back as January, and members have not had the opportunity to make them on the floor, and they are very concerned. In fact, some of them think that I have not admitted the statements. But as I stated yesterday, we have over 70 statements. So please, I will call on the second deputy speaker to take the chair and at least take 3 statements. One from the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. 2 from the Honorable Member for Okakwe North. And the 3rd one from the Honorable Member for Clote Kole. 3 statements. So please, we start with the statement from the Honorable Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. Honorable Minister, you may make your statement now. Yours is a proper statement, so members will have the opportunity to comment. No, you can make it anywhere. If you are comfortable there, you can do it there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the climax of the celebration of African Scientific Renaissance Day. It is a day set aside by the African Union to remind all African governments and peoples about the critical role science and technology play in their national development. The event, which is observed annually across Africa on the 30th of June, is in remembrance of Africa's great contributions to the rise and development of modern sciences and technology. This year's event is hosted by the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission with the support from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSI, under the auspices of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. And the theme for the celebration is Ghana's readiness for nuclear power. Mr. Speaker, as the Sector Minister, I had the opportunity to open the celebrations on Monday, the 28th of June 2021, by webinar and experts from collaborating institutions such as the National Development Planning Commission, Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research of the University of Ghana, Association of Ghana Industries, Ghana Institute of Engineers, and civil society organizations, among others. They have made various presentations on topical issues of national interest pertaining to nuclear power. Mr. Speaker, this statement is structured to highlight the government's historical efforts in our nuclear power program through the prioritization and application of science, technology, and innovation for the our social-economic development. In particular, Mr. Speaker, it is to underscore the continuity in the execution of critical national projects by successive governments, which is crucial to achieving the aspirations we have set for ourselves as a country. It is also to remind this august House, as a representative of the people, to carry out our mandate effectively and efficiently, devoid of partisan considerations. Mr. Speaker, in 1963, the government of Ghana decided to undertake what was known as the Ghana Nuclear Reactor Project. This project was to introduce nuclear science and technology to explore its peaceful applications for accelerated national development. Ghana and the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics, as it was then called, signed an agreement on the peaceful exploration of nuclear energy, and the Soviet Union was to help Ghana to build a nuclear reactor for research purposes and radioisotope laboratory. The Ghana Nuclear Reactor Project was to have a 2-megawatt reactor designed for research, training, and production of radioisotopes for our hospitals. The long-term goal was to employ the civil application of nuclear energy to generate electricity. The 2-megawatt reactor was therefore to be used for the training and development of the relevant manpower in preparation for the country's aspirations to generate electricity from nuclear power. Based on this nuclear ambition, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission was established in 1963 by an Act of Parliament, Act 204. The immediate strategy of the Commission, as captured in the Act, was to implement the 2-megawatt research reactor project and getting international support and was not a major problem. Getting international support was not a major problem because Ghana had already joined the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, in 1958. Unfortunately, after the event of Thursday, February 24, 1966, the project was halted and the commission was dissolved. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the National Liberation Council, NLC, had a basis for stopping the project and dissolving the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. For the NLC invited one Sir Cockcroft, a British physicist, to assess the project and advise the government. Sir Cockcroft made the following conclusion. In view of the capacity of the Volta hydroelectric project, I take it again. In view of the capacity of the Volta hydroelectric project for some 20 years to come, a reactor is unlikely to be necessary for the purposes of producing power, unquote. And I suspect the best interpretation for this statement at that time was that in view of the Volta hydroelectric project, reactor for the purposes of the producing power will be after 20 years. And indeed, the ultimate goal was to produce electricity from nuclear when the required manpower had been sufficiently been trained. And that was going to take some 20 years. In view of the foregoing, it was not surprising, therefore, that we had started having, or rather we started having serious power challenges around the early 1980s. Mr. Speaker, a second attempt at acquiring a research reactor was made in 1973. The then government constituted a technical committee for the reactivation of the Ghana reactor project, and a 1 megawatt reactor belonging to Frankfurt University in the Federal Republic of Germany was acquired. All documentation associated with the acquisition of the reactor was signed. Payments made towards the dismantling of the reactor in Germany was made. Its shipment to Ghana and subsequent assembly at the project site in Ghana were all concluded. Mr. Speaker, the shipment did not happen, and the reactor would stall once again due to what is popularly referred to as the Paris coup d'etat in July 5, 1978, following the overthrow of General Kutu Achampong by F.W. Kyakufu. It was the second reactor project attempt, and another coup d'etat intervened. Mr. Speaker, we were there, however, successful in our third attempt. In 1995, a 30-kilowatt research reactor was acquired and been in operation since then. It is, however, significant to note that the initial plan was to acquire a reactor in 1963. And in 1973, it was a 1 megawatt and 30 kilowatt in 1995. It appears our ambition declined with the evolution of time. Mr. Speaker, the next concrete attempt and comprehensive plan to revisit our nuclear power program was started in 2007. And here, a committee chaired by Professor Ajebe Quinn was constituted to advise on the potential use of nuclear energy for power generation in Ghana. The committee observed that a decision by Ghana to explore electricity generation from nuclear source would improve the country's generation mix and strengthen energy security. The committee recommended the setting up of a presidential commission on nuclear power development to draft a nuclear power policy and to consider issues relating to technical and financial feasibility studies, among others. As a result, nuclear was included in our energy generation mix. Mr. Speaker, it is refreshing to acknowledge, in order to vigorously pursue the nuclear program, the Ghana Nuclear Power Program Organization, GNPPO, under the auspices of the then Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, was launched. And through a series of work bordering on institutional framework and governance issues, the GNPPO has been successful in completing phase 1 of the project in collaboration with the IAEA, EPA, NADMO, VRA, GRECO, Ghana Statistical Service, among others. As part of requirements to commence the phase 2 of the project, the Nuclear Power Ghana, MPG, the owner-operator, was started in 2018 with seconded staff from the Volta River Authority, the Bui River Power Authority, and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. The MPG became a legal entity on July 4, 2019, as a special purpose vehicle incorporated under the laws of Ghana with VRA, BPA, and GAEC as its shareholders. When IAEA first conducted a follow-up review mission in 2019, the owner-operator was already established. And after the review report concluded that Ghana had completed the studies needed for the government to make a knowledgeable commitment to the nuclear power program, and that Ghana was preparing for phase 2. Mr. Speaker, once we double our efforts to champion the cause of our power program, the time has come for us to take the bold step to operationalize the application of nuclear science for the generation of electricity. Indeed, if we had followed through the program judiciously since 1963, the nuclear power would have been Ghana's next power generation after hydro. At this point in the nuclear program, we can confidently say that we have met the institutional requirement established by GMPPO, the NRA, and ownership operator. Issues of integrated management system and safety were prioritized right from the beginning. We have ratified or acceded to several international legal instruments related to safety, security, safeguards, and nuclear liability. Certain activities have been ongoing. Some great studies have been undertaken. Public perception surveys have been undertaken. Human resource development has been ongoing. And a number of young engineers with experience in thermal and hydro operations have been trained in nuclear engineering. Some local authorities, traditional leaders, and communities have been engaged in addition to media engagements to sensitize the public about nuclear science and technology and its ensuing application. Mr. Speaker, the height of this engagement by GNPPO was the opportunity to engage the leadership of Parliament. And at this forum, leadership of Parliament made very important observations and commended the GNPPO and its stakeholder organizations. This engagement spurred the GNPPO on, and we are not surprised that we are talking about government making a critical decision based on the program comprehensive report. As we mark the African Scientific Renaissance Day, the support and direction of Parliament going forward is critical, and we pledge to continue to work hard to realize the goal of making or adding nuclear to our electricity generation mix. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity and for granting me this auspicious occasion to make this statement. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me invite Honorable Member for Kotekoli.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by our honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, mine is just a little caution with regards to the use of nuclear power as a source of energy in our country. As we know very well, Ghana suffers from a severe problem of maintenance culture, or lack of it. And in May 2011, Angela Merkel, the Chancellor then of Germany, mentioned that 17 of Germany's nuclear power stations were to be shut down by 2020 based on the accident that happened in Fukushima in Japan with their nuclear reactor. In 2019 and 2020, when the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission and the relevant agencies came before the Environment Committee, one of the concerns was the drive towards nuclear power, given the fact that as we sit today, we still have not had the report on the various accidents that happened in the petrol stations in Ghana, the 3 that have happened so far, to at least guide us with regards to the things that we need to put in place to ensure that such accidents don't happen. Clearly, if we've had 3 successive accidents at a fuel station, and we were not able to prevent them, then one dreadfully dreads the thought of what could happen in the event of poor maintenance, in the event that we actually start using nuclear power, given the threats that we now face with the surrounding violent extremists in the sub-region. At the time, the relevant agencies did commit to the committee at the time that they would investigate further alternatives with regards to power generation, since Ghana is going green. Clearly, nuclear power is not green. And the concerns that we raised at the committee at the time were with regards to the safety, the maintenance, and subsequent disposal of nuclear material when the material is no longer usable for its purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss the movement of Ghana towards what appears to be an almost inevitable drive towards nuclear power, we must look at the alternatives. If a country like Germany has actually done a policy reversal with regards to shutting down nuclear power plants, then Ghana, which suffers from a serious maintenance culture problem, needs to look again at which cleaner forms of energy provision or production we can look at that don't have the kind of fallout that a nuclear incident could have in the event of something going wrong. So mine would be perhaps a suggestion that we look at green alternatives with regards to power generation for Ghana. We have sunshine, we have CSIR, which can look into really good options of power generation. We should consider those and not wait for something to happen and then wish that we had known better historically. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Foriko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Minister on the statement to mark the Africa Scientific Renaissance Day, and to associate myself with the content of his statement. Mr. Speaker, the use of nuclear energy for electricity has been on the drawing board for a long time. I know that in this country there are many people who have expressed fears about the use of nuclear energy, and just like the previous speaker lamented, these issues have been on the drawing board. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's program, if you look at the documents and the process, Ghana has a comprehensive program that is facilitated by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And at the end of the day, Ghana has been able to go through the first phase of the program development that seeks to look at issues of safety and security. And as far as I recall, these are issues that have been addressed in the document. But then we will proceed with that caution in mind, bearing in mind the devastating effect that a nuclear accident may cause. But Mr. Speaker, it's also important to look at the positive side of the program. In fact, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission commissioned a study to look at the macroeconomic impact analysis, what they call the multiplier effect of Ghana's atomic energy program. And the interesting conclusion from the study is that the program has a potential of generating 1.13 million jobs. Its contribution to gross sectoral output is approximately $39 billion. Its contribution to GDP is approximately $18.7 billion. And the effect on labor income is approximately $6.9 billion. And so, Mr. Speaker, clearly, the atomic energy program or nuclear energy program has some significant economic benefits that we must not lose sight of and dedicate ourselves to develop it whilst proceeding with a caution against issues of safety and security. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the more reason why, as a parliament, we need to be dedicated to the issue of science and technology or research and development, and to play a role in this regard. Mr. Speaker, I recall that in the last parliament, there was a statement on how government's commitment to contributing 1% of GDP to the development of research and development in this country was discussed. In fact, there was a referral to the joint committees on finance, environment, and I think education to look into a framework that will help Parliament to develop a kind of guidelines that will help us to assess the contribution of government to the development of R&D. That referral, I don't think we were able to work on it, and I will strongly urge you, Mr. Speaker, to reissue that referral so that we can look at it, because as a parliament, we cannot just be there and talk about we all know the importance of science and technology. We cannot just be there and just assume that government's commitment will just be implemented. If we want to play our oversight role very, very well, we need to have a framework that will guide us so that we know the contributions from each sector and what they are bringing to the basket as far as research and development is concerned. As of now, we don't have that. And so when we come and we say that Parliament has a role to play in the development of science and technology, I don't know the framework that we are using to check our contribution. And so I will be very glad if we can go back to that and allow these committees to engage the Ministry of Finance so that as a country we will have a template that we can work with to assist this committee to provide our oversight over the science and technology area more effectively. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me just conclude by saying that this day is a day that Africans are called upon to reflect on our contribution to science and how we can employ science and technology as a vehicle to speed up our socio-economic development. And I believe that if we apply ourselves to the statement that has been made, and especially commit ourselves to providing oversight and getting government to commit more resources to R&D, this country will be moving forward with the help of science and technology. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, honourable member. Then I come to leadership. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement able made by the Minister
for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation. I think it's not out of place that we have decided to hold this year's celebration under the auspices of Ghana Atomic Energy. Because if you look at the atomic energy or atomic nuclear energy, it has the potential of helping us to end the doomsday we have been struggling over the years. It is sad to know that we have made several attempts to add nuclear energy power source to our total power needs, but unfortunately we have not been able to do that. In the submission of the minister, you notice that our first attempt was in 1963, which we failed, tried again in 73 and failed. And until somewhere around 1995, that we were able to procure about 30 kilowatts, mainly for research purposes. So if we have to get serious as a country with this, because why should we successfully fail as a country to ensure that we add this nuclear energy to our power generation source? I think that it's good news that we have made some attempts trying to get more into the atomic energy or the nuclear energy. Now, if you look in Africa, only few countries are attempting to go nuclear energy. I think we have the gens are the three countries. We have the Egypt, Libya, and South Africa. They are those who are doing well in terms of nuclear energy. So I think that we need to try. Ghana, the good news is that Ghana is trying its best because we are among the few countries who are serious with this atomic energy issue. So I think that we need to. And some of the challenges that are making us not to make progress is the fact that we are always looking for where we will get to and then get immediate feedback. Nuclear energy is quite an expensive project. It takes a long time because the minimum period you can use to build nuclear energy will be about 5 years. And politicians, and it's also tedious, politicians are looking at where they will put their money and reap the feedback immediately. I think that we need to dedicate ourselves. Science, innovation, normally, it takes a lot of time to start reaping the benefit. So to come out with an innovation in science, it can take you about 10 years. And we don't have the patience to invest in this direction. So I think as a country, we need to psych our minds and invest more into science and technology development because it is important for the development of our country. We need to try and then invest. We have to resource the CSI, as my colleague did indicate, also resource other agencies which are into science like the atomic energy. I think when all these institutions are well resourced and we commit ourselves and put more money, more funds into them, then you see that we can make a headway. I must also mention that we are also not trying to demystify the mystery in science as a country. When it comes to science discussions, a lot of people are shying away. And science is the way to go. If we develop our scientific industry very well, I think we have, it will help us to develop the nation. Because nation development hinges on science and science technology development. I must also mention that sensitization of the public is key, and I urge all agencies who are into this science related activities to try and sensitize the public more. Because if you don't do a lot of sensitization, we scare a lot of people away from the science. And there are a whole lot of local issues that can be interpreted in science and then make sense for the development of our nation. So I think that taking this celebration to atomic energy is the way to go, and I urge that we will continue to pursue until we are able to succeed in getting the atomic energy source to complement our electricity deficits as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Available Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this statement has been made by the Minister responsible for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation to commemorate the Africa Scientific Science Day. Mr. Speaker, I think this day was set aside by the African Union so that we can celebrate the contribution of Africa to world science. Very often we forget that before Western scientific knowledge came, there was indigenous scientific knowledge which we use to determine the seasons to plant, to harvest, and science that we used to assess our health conditions, diagnose diseases, and determine what medication to administer, be they plant herbs or whatever our people did. So there was science which we survived on until Western scientific knowledge also came to add to the indigenous science. Unfortunately, we Africans have tended to ignore our own science, and we spend significant amounts of our GDP buying science developed by others. And increasingly, our scientific knowledge is being lost, and yet we haven't sufficiently mastered and developed the technology that accompanies Western scientific knowledge. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a very sad development. Very sad because if you really look at our economies, almost all of our resources are going to pay other economies for their scientific knowledge, which they have used to invest and develop technologies that we are paying for. Just, Mr. Speaker, look at this chamber. The microphones that we are using, even the chairs that we are using, and almost everything that you see here, the lighting, Mr. Speaker, our mobile phones, and when we step outside here, our cars, and even when we get home, our homes, most of our day-to-day activities are dependent on scientific technology imported. And in the end, huge chunks of our GDPs go into paying for imported scientific knowledge and technology. If we are to be able to survive sustainably, we must change course. And we must come to the realization that everything about us is dependent on science and technology. The food we eat, our mode of transportation, our housing, our roads, our infrastructure is all based on science and technology. I recall my days at the Ministry of Science, Environment, Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I realized that our governments have tended to ignore the crucial role of scientists in the running of affairs. In most jurisdictions, the most important people to governments are scientists. And so the structure of governance is such that every government has a scientific advisor. And when there is a problem, the first person to call is the scientific advisor to tell you what scientific solution can be devised to solve that problem before you call your finance minister to see how the solution can be financed. But here, the Minister for Science, Environment, Science and Technology is hardly considered a strategic ministry. So, Speaker, we don't have scientific advisors. It was an idea I mooted when I was at the ministry. We even brought in the scientific advisor of Canada to come and advise us on how to set up a structure of having a scientific advisory system to advise every minister, because every ministry sector is based on the science. And yet, we don't place so much value on our scientists. So, Speaker, let me thank the minister for bringing this to the attention of the House for us to discuss. And he chooses to focus on nuclear energy. Mr. Speaker, we haven't successfully managed the science involved in maintaining tractors for plowing. Mr. Speaker, we are focusing on the science involved in nuclear technology for the generation of energy. Mr. Speaker, that is a big endeavor. And all the talk about using nuclear technology is not indigenous nuclear technology, not nuclear technology to be designed and developed by Ghanaian scientists. In the end, we will simply be granting some concession to owners of nuclear technology elsewhere to come and construct a nuclear plant, generate the energy, and sell it to us. Not that we will develop our own in-depth technology and design and construct all these facilities ourselves. So it's good that we are talking about it, but the aim of the Africa Scientific Renaissance is to ensure that we as Africans contribute to that science, not just to ride on it as it is being developed by others. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the statement made by the Minister, and to say that I begin by commending the Minister for a well thought out statement. Speaker, I've heard earlier speakers, the Honorable is on the top, Doctor is on the top, throwing in a quick caution, which in my view is a very justifiable one, reasonable caution to put out at this time, in the context of where we are as a country and some of the challenges that are quite infantile in dealing with energy issues, which we are still confronted with. But, and then again, my good friend, Honorable Mahama, also supports them. But far be told, Speaker, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't dream and we shouldn't think big as a country. I'm sure when Nkrumah thought of the Kosombo Dam, then it was seen as too much of a big dream or an audacious dream then. So matters must be put in context. In getting overly cautious about nuclear energy, we need to recognize the fact that there are internationally acclaimed bodies. We have the International Atomic Energy, who have set up a clear and distinct template that those who want to enter into nuclear program or generation of energy through nuclear is required a template before they are admitted. So these things are well laid out and they are not controversial. So we have a bit of history. If you look at the development of nuclear energy in context, I think in the 50s, when the UK and Russia has set the tone, the world stage, for the usage of nuclear. Now, down the lane, our first president also now just as a country, and I recall during the commissioning of the Ghana Atomic Energy Project, and this is what he said, Speaker, if you permit, I quote. We have therefore been compelled to enter the field of atomic energy because this already promises to yield the most economic source of power. Since the beginning of man, our success in this field will enable us to solve the many-sided problems which face us in all the spheres of our development in Ghana and in Africa. This was said by our first president, Sajifo, in 1960s. So we cannot ourselves and say that, well, it is too much of an ambition, and because we haven't come atop the basic concerns when it comes to energy generation, therefore we should gloss over atomic energy generation. It's important we look at matters in context. Speaker, generation of energy by nuclear comes in wake with a lot of advantages. One of them, which is very, very fundamental, is low production of carbon. And that cannot be an insignificant feat. Today the world is talking about climate change. And anthropogenic factors contribute close to more than 90% of the temperature rise in the globe. And carbon emission is so high amongst other factors. So if you have an option, an opportunity to generate energy through a means which will invariably lead to low carbon production, it's obviously an admirable option that reasonably as a country we should look at. Again, science has discovered that Ghana has some significant deposit of uranium. Now we all know that uranium is confirmed as the liquid needed for the functioning of atomic energy reactors. In the sub-region, Ghana, we have this deposit. So you have these important fundamental resources. And for somebody to say, or to contend that, oh, well, it's too much of an ambition, I don't agree. I think we have to pursue that lane aggressively. The fundamental legal framework that we should look at, one of the speakers had intimated the progressive works and advanced works that countries like South Africa and Egypt have chalked in this area of development. Now, Ghana, we've passed the act, and in 2016, we also, Parliament passed the act to form the authority which is supposed to play the frontal role of enforcement of the act. Speaker, not to bore you with words, in the sub-region, for instance, and Ghana cannot be different. Today, Egypt are the leaders, followed by South Africa, Morocco, Kenya, Nigeria, Tunisia. Unfortunately, Ghana is limited because our reactor is limited to research. So regardless of all the challenges, seeming challenges that we are going through in our energy generation mix and all that, I think that generation of energy through nuclear is an option that we cannot gloss over. We need to look at it in context. We need to do the necessary investment, and as the honorable contributor said, strengthen the institutions of state mandated and relevant. Obama came to this country to tell us that we need strong institutions. Indeed, I agree. The Ghana Atomic Energy, who has a legal role and other ancillary relevance, should be strengthened. And I'm sure that if we're able to do this, it will go a long way to put us and position us as a country to be able to come atop this thing. I want to commend the minister and also say that it shouldn't become a matter of a statement that is being commented upon, but we should go further and finally ensure that we implement the provisions in the statement. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the second statement. And that is for a member from Okankwe North, Honourable Teresa Ladiawuni, which is on importance of the 2021 National Population and Housing Census. Yes, Honourable Member, you may take the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the floor of this august House in respect of the ongoing population and housing census, and to call on Ghanaians to embrace and partake in the census. Mr. Speaker, the population and housing census, which is basically about enumerating of the number of people in Ghana and the number of housing structures in fulfillment of Section 34 of the Statistical Service Act 100 of 2019. Historically, Mr. Speaker, the 2021 population and housing census, which should have been conducted in 2020, but due to COVID-19 pandemic, was scheduled for this year. The first census in the century was conducted in 1891 under the auspices of the then British administration. Censuses were then carried out every 10 years thereafter. In 1901, in 1911, 1921, and 1931, when the Second World War distracted the series. Hence, there was in 1941. After the war, a census was conducted in 1948, and that was the last to be organized by the then British administration. Mr. Speaker, the earlier censuses were conducted in the same years as censuses in the United Kingdom. After independence in 1957, Ghana adopted the United Nations recommendation to conduct censuses in years ending in 0 or close to 0. Mr. Speaker, thus the first post-independence census was conducted in 1960 and the second in 1970. There was no census in 1980 due to political instability. Breaking the decennial census taken in the century, a census was eventually conducted in 1984 and then 2000. Breaking the expected decennial census taken in the country and presenting unusual intervals between the censuses. 40 years between 1970 and 1984, and 16 years between 1984 and 2000. The 2010 census has restored the decennial process of census taking. Mr. Speaker, spatial distribution of this population. The importance of population and housing census exercise cannot be downplayed when one looks at it from different facets of society, not the least from development planning and in attendance demographic, socioeconomic, policy making, resources and allocation, and it is scientific research benefits to the country. This is the reason why every serious country undertakes census exercise periodically to ensure the availability of up-to-date and near-accurate data for use by policymakers, academics and researchers and development partners. Mr. Speaker, I would highlight two fundamental significance of census data. One, it is imperative to the socio-economic planning and resource allocation for collective good. This way, economic and social policy programs can be effectively formulated to address
the nuanced developmental challenges facing the country as a whole, and at every base of our society, the different socio-linguistic groups and their immediate geographical zones. 2. Political territorial demarcation hinges on census data. As such, this exercise is key to help understand political geography of the country issues, germane to it for addressing by policymakers. As such allocation and redemarcation of districts and constituencies come into play, it is on this basis that the quality of census data should be subject to unwarranted political influence, which threatens the quality of data collection process, and it is at the very heart of data credibility and integrity is being sacrificed on altar of political expediency and manipulation. Mr. Speaker, the tendency to politicize activities that need not have political undertone should cease forthwith, because it remains a hindrance to the completion and success of development and initiatives meant to benefit the nation. Mr. Speaker, it is equally important for the House to know what the plan is to capture the homeless and those with no permanent abode or place of residence. They are integral parts of our population, and if effective plans are to be put in place to change their plight, the starting point is to know their numbers and where they are mostly clustered. Mr. Speaker, as a woman and a mother, I want to know what the specific questions in the instrument for data collections are for identifying women-specific demographic issues. An important tool to help policy units such as the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection in formulating policies to alleviate the plight of women and children as a whole. We cannot continue as a country with a land-growth approach dealing with the plight of women and children in this country. Mr. Speaker, as census began, it is appropriate for one to say, let us all encourage our community members to take part to ensure we have a data which is credible and trusted, available for use by all. If we get it wrong, we risk planning with a faulty data and a premise for the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the President, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has graciously affirmed his unflinching support for the decennial non-partisan exercise and two living former presidents, John Ejekun Kufuor and John Dramani Mahama, in separate meetings with the GSS officials, pledged their unalloyed support to the exercise. It is indeed pleasing that all these noble statesmen are all aligned and have thrown their weight behind this important national assignment. Knowing the relevance of population and housing census in planning of the country development programs, Mr. Speaker, the slogan for 2021 population and housing census, you count, get counted, is apt. This because the census aims at ensuring a comprehensive, complete coverage of all Ghanaians so that no one is left behind. Mr. Speaker, what we must all bear in mind is the fact that data from census will be used for decision-making and policy planning for the development of the nation. Mr. Speaker, over the years, Ghana has been relying on projected figures to plan development projects and allocating the national cake without verifiable data. And that is why I fully share former President Mohammed's description of the census as timely and from that exercise, the nation will benefit from reliable data instead of depending on projections. The data will inform public policy and targeted intervention on poverty reduction decisions, where to cite public infrastructure such as hospitals and schools. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I fully trust as the census officers began their work to enumerate citizens on June 27, 2021, it will enable the country to have proper and accurate data on its population and housing. I therefore call on all Ghanaians to ensure that we participate in the exercise by ensuring that we are counted and encourage one another to fully participate in it when their time is due. We are one Ghana, one people with a common destiny, and that must reflect in our conduct and exercise as he has begun. Be counted, get counted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, I will invite two contributors from each side, including leadership. Yes, Honorable Member for Asin North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my sister Awuni for, I cannot sit next to her and not contribute to her important statement here. We know population census is very essential to every nation state because it's the fundamental basis for development. Without census, it's unfortunate any country can develop its policies to formulate proper laws and fundamental policies to develop the country. National development within every sector of the population. In fact, it goes to help both the private and the public sector. In a country such as ours, in Ghana here, we have diversified ethnic groups. This should be a guide. In fact, data collection is so essential for every nation if you want everlasting peace in that nation. And typically of Africa, it's even more important because we have so much diversified ethnic groups. Whether it's recruiting our youth into the army, into the police, employment is so limited here. We are not industrialized. So our employment is functionally based on most of the services provided to the nation, which includes the law enforcement. When you want to maintain peace and order, it is important to make sure these recruitments are affected within the various ethnic groups. You cannot choose one more over the other. Let's see the example that happened in Rwanda some decades ago. Because one group was dominating the other in the forces, they used them to their own disadvantage, which is genocide. It was such an awful, inhumane way to see how Rwanda went down. Thankfully, God has restored their dignity. We should not sit back and we may take certain things for granted for now, but we shouldn't sit back and see how this country can go down with such more practices. So I'm bringing this into a form of a theoretical analysis for us to understand that some things as leaders or as lawmakers in this country, we should take these things very seriously. I've heard some of my colleagues complain about how we recruit and how allotment is given to a specific group of party affiliates over the others. We may think we're doing ourselves a favor, But this is not no favor. It's the way we're building our own destiny. So we should start looking at that. I had opportunity to visit a workshop in my constituent when these young men and women were being trained as census officers. And I gave them specific talk. The same weekend that we did the tree planting. And I made it clear to them that tree planting, their service that they are going to offer as census officers is equally important as the trees survive our nations, our humanity. So we should encourage them to do it right. Don't miss nobody. Doesn't matter, so long as that person belongs to the boundaries of this great nation, let's make sure they are counted. Because if we don't, and we think we're going to minimize one ethnic group over the other, as I said earlier, we're bracing ourselves to our own destiny. Mr. Speaker, I will not go at length, but Ms. friend here, member friend here has almost identified all the needs in her statement. And in fact, this statement should be something that we should all reckon with and acknowledge and make practice of it for generations to come. Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable member for
Time.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to commend the maker of the statement and to state that our binding principle, the Constitution, states in Article 36 that the state shall take all the necessary actions to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to ensure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. Mr. Speaker, this provision in our Constitution cannot be realized without adequate data. It calls into existence the importance of the census exercise. Mr. Speaker, the credibility of the exercise will also be in jeopardy if the data collectors do not see the essence of the exercise to which they are put to. It also calls into importance the need for the Ghana Statistical Service to see the welfare of data collectors. Mr. Speaker, I have been an enumerator before in 2010, and I tell you, none of the enumerators can be compensated for the work that will be done. It is important for the enumerators to see this exercise as during this week, after the census has started, there were reports of an accident involving 2 of the enumerators in the Upper East region. Unfortunately, one lost his life. It calls into existence what they are also asking the Ghana Statistical Service to do. They are asking the Statistical Service to provide them with insurance, especially against dog bites. It is important the Statistical Service take this on board because the enumerators will be entering into houses. Mr. Speaker, the data from the Statistical Service is so elaborate that every aspect of our national life is touched. It collects data. We are going to collect data on the socio-economic status, on literacy, on household ownership, on the nature of houses and building materials. There will be data on sanitation and waste disposal. And you're also going to collect data on fertility and on our child health issues. Mr. Speaker, if these components of the data are collected accurately, they will form the basis for our forward march and what happens to Ghana tomorrow. I therefore call on the statistical service to look at the remuneration of these enumerators so that they will also be satisfied that the data that they are going to collect and the credibility of the data that all of us are looking for will be intact. I thank you for the opportunity and thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Honorable member for, is it Padaso?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Padaso, yes.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to also add my voice to the statement that was made on the population and housing census that is going on. The maker of the statement made very important points, and I want to commend her for that. Speaker, in this country, we've done about 5 population censuses. The first one was done in 1960, second 1970, the third one was in 1984, 2000, and we did 2010. There is the 6th one ongoing. And interestingly, the last 3, 2010, and this current one, include housing. And Speaker, for me, what is important is the credibility of the data. That is why I want to encourage the enumerators to be mindful of the data that they are gathering. It is a national exercise that must be devoid of political cowering and consideration. I also want to make a point that as members of this House, we need to be involved in the process and make sure that we have an open mind going into it. The fear of political manipulation must be discarded, especially if you get involved in it. I'm sure you'll get a data that is reliable, that will help us in our planning, that will help us in making sure that decisions are made according to population density in respective areas. What I also want to emphasize is that because of the cumbersome nature of documentation, it is likely that some of the respondents might not be willing to spend time doing it. So I will want to make a point that the enumerators must be patient, they must take their time and endure their process, because some of them might decide not to do it. But the question is, what do you do to ensure that they supply the information that is needed? Is key. They must also be very meticulous, because if they are not, and there are gaps in the data that they are collecting, it might undermine the whole exercise. Speaker, on that note, I want to make a point. This is a worthy exercise, the seed in this country, and it is crucial and critical to help us and guide us in planning our country properly, to ensure that benefits are shared according to how proportional our respective districts and constituencies are. On that note, Speaker, I want to yield and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership. Well, then I'll yield it to Honorable Member for Salaga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll start off by commending my comrade and colleague for that very elaborate and incisive statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to start my contribution by taking us back to the very essence and importance of census. And in doing that, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll take us to the Bible, the Holy Bible, Luke 2, verse 1 to 20. And it says, and reads, the birth of Jesus. In those days, Caesar Augustus issued a decree that a census should be taken of the Roman world. This was the first census that took place while Quirinius was governor of Syria, and everyone went to their own town to register. So Joseph also went up from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to Bethlehem, the town of David, because he belonged to the house and line of David. He went there to register with Mary, who was pledged to be married to him and was expecting a child. While they were there, the time came for the baby to be born, and she gave birth to her firstborn, a son, Jesus Christ, and the Savior of the world. Mr. Speaker, censuses have been identified and recognized as the very basis of human development and progress. And with this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I will want to crave your indulgence to point out a few issues that threaten the census that we are conducting this year. Mr. Speaker, the tagline for this year's census is "You count, get counted." Where we sit, we've already defeated the first part of the tag. You count. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? In the run-up to the selection and training of enumerators, we were all inundated with issues about how people had been dropped, how people had not been registered because they did not belong to a particular political party in this country. Mr. Speaker, from the time of Jesus, censuses were conducted. And so if in Ghana we are choosing to reduce such an important exercise to political affiliations, political lineages, it poses the danger of affecting the very fidelity of the data that will be collected. Many of my colleagues have already enumerated on what the data means. If the fidelity of the data is compromised, Mr. Speaker, the data that we will get at the end of the exercise might not be what we desire for planning and budgeting purposes for this country.
Honourable Member, hold on. Honourable Member, hold on. Yes, Honourable Available Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if what I'm hearing or what I heard from my lady is correct. That did she say that people who were selected to be enumerators were selected on party lines? If that's what she said, then Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. Until she provides evidence to that effect, she has to withdraw and apologize. Because we cannot allow such a statement to go without an evidence supporting such statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. I believe it is not just a mere say or propaganda. You should speak on authority. If you know you don't have basis, please just withdraw and continue. I'm saying if you know you don't have basis for what you are saying, just kindly withdraw and continue. You are making very sound argument or statement. Only that portion is creating the issue. So please just do the needful and just continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, there's a lot of evidence to adduce in support of the statements that I made. During the training of the enumerators, it's in the media. In Savannah region, for example, we threatened to boycott the entire exercise because names were vanishing from the list that had been presented, new names were being inserted. Mr. Speaker, on my own experience, on the 17th or 18th June, I was in my constituency. The training session was ongoing at the Pembi Midwifery and Health Training Institute. I paid them a visit to interact with trainers and enumerators. And the coordinator of the census training told me that they were having challenges, that a lot of people in the room couldn't read and write. Mr. Speaker, I had been in the room and seen the booklets and other training materials that had been given to the prospective enumerators. And I was wondering how people could be in that room and not be able to read and write. He shared this difficulty with me. And he put the blame squarely at the doorsteps of we politicians. He said there was too much political interference in the selection of enumerators, and told me as a member of parliament for the area that I'll be aware of the ongoings, and this is on record. I'm sure my colleagues on the other side can check from the East Gonja Municipal Assembly who the census coordinator is and whether he had this discussion with me.
Yes, Honorable Member for Sarga, hold on once again.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Honorable
my colleague from Salaga South has earned for herself the respect because of how she goes about things. But I need to remind her that relying on a third-party statement to ground her submission, which submission suggests that there is political interference and all that, is indeed very misplaced. I think that she knows her worth in this house, how we all respect her. She should stay away from that slippery path so that her comment will be in accord with Order 72. I humbly crave her indulgence to take a cue. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Available Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought what I heard her say relate to matters that she personally experienced also. Matters that she personally experienced also. She testified to matters that she personally experienced, in addition to what others have said, and in addition to what I may also say. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that let's make progress. She will continue from here. She will withdraw which aspect? Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that in many of these things, there is a tendency for either enumerators, polling agents, and others to be chosen along party lines. So if a member in the House is cautioning that for the integrity of the exercise, we should avoid partisanship, let that comment pass and we'll move on. She is only admonishing the implementers of the census exercise that they should be cautious and not make it partisan. She said it was so bad that that region, Savannah region, threatened not to participate. And it was in the news. We all don't want to recount experiences in our various constituencies. We don't want to recount experiences in our various constituencies. So I think we should just let it pass. Honorable member will be urged to continue and conclude. But I don't think there's a need to withdraw that aspect of her statement.
Yes, Honorable Member, please avoid hearsay. Please just listen to me. I am just advising that please just do the needful. Just avoid the hearsay and do the needful. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for admonition. I want to reiterate and to say to my leader on the other side that there is no hearsay in what I've said. I was told as the member, I went on visitation, and this is what the coordinator told me. So I stand by it.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member. Honorable Member. What kind of hearsay? Honorable Member for Sarga, please stay on the course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the census has started. I'm sure most of us got enumerated on the first day of the exercise, but the enumeration continues. As I was indicating, the fidelity of this data that we are collecting, which will form the basis of our national development planning for the next 10 years, should not be compromised under any circumstance. We should make sure, and indeed the authorities, the Ghana Statistical Service, must ensure that data that is coming out is data that we can stand by. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the news, the census exercise was suspended in the Ejura area for a day due to the disturbances that occurred there between Monday and yesterday. Yesterday again, in Upper East Region, in the Zabila area, the census was put on hold for a while after 2 enumerators got involved in a motor accident. Unfortunately, 1 enumerator lost her life. Mr. Speaker, when we were all younger, we participated in these national exercises. And we did them because it was a national call. Compensation for doing this sort of work, I don't think is the overriding consideration of the enumerators. But we also know that the exercise will not end, and there will be reports about non-payment of enumeration fees. We want the organization, the Ghana Statistical Service, to take a cue from the happenings in Upper East Region to enable them in future planning that we can agree a national broad framework for an exercise. But we need to be sure that the exercise is distilled down to the constituency, looking at constituency-specific considerations. I say this because after the accident, the enumerators in the Upper East Region are asking for insurance packages and risk allowance against dog biting. One would wonder, therefore, whether any sort of preliminary activities were undertaken to ensure that enumerators in this particular area of Ghana will be safe in undertaking the work of counting all of us. Mr. Speaker, we need to add that as young people, when they sacrifice their lives to undertake this exercise that holds the future of this country, policymakers must show an interest in the everyday goings on. It will therefore not be too late for the Statistical Service, for example, to look again at the operational activities of the census officers in a place like the Upper East Region and any other areas in this country that poses a danger to enumerators. Mr. Speaker, I will want to conclude by asking all of us to join this exercise.
Hold on. Yes, leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Anything again?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. When you made your ruling, my expectation was that my respected colleague will abide by your ruling to withdraw the hearsay. Yes, when she says that Mr. Speaker rules that stay on course and be guided, it means that that which you have put on record, which has tainted your submission, must be withdrawn. That is the ruling. That is the ruling. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say, by way of repeating my application to you, that she must withdraw that aspect of her statement, which statement was to the effect that she was told that the enumerators were selected on partisan lines. It's important you withdraw it because, Mr. Speaker, that in itself taints the very veritable statement from Honorable Member for Okankwe North. And I will plead with you that you abide by Mr. Speaker's ruling, unless you want to challenge Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Saga, please just do that for me. Just withdraw that portion. Just do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw any part of the statement that my colleagues on the other side feel is hearsay. Mr. Speaker,
then go on to conclude.
In concluding my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to indulge all of us to take an active part in this exercise, as the future of this country hinges on the quality of data that will be gathered. And I will indulge our colleagues on the other side to come on this template with all of us. No hearsay. Let's do what is right for Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, we have the last. Yes, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the space to make concluding comments on this statement. Mr. Speaker, let me commend highly the honorable member for taking the bold step to address us on this important national exercise. If you look at the statement clearly, industry went into the statement, and it's coming from a first-timer, and it's encouraging. It tells us that our first-timers are poised to make their mark on this floor, especially so when it is coming from a woman. I am so touched because our women are standing up to be counted to prove that they are in to make their mark. So congratulations, Honorable Ladi Awuni from Okankwe North. Mr. Speaker, she uses very veritable words, though the statement is not paged, the numbers is not numbered. I would quote. This is what she says, Mr. Speaker. The President, His Excellency Nana Abdul Akufo-Addo, has graciously affirmed his unflinching support for the essential non-partisan exercise, and two living former presidents, Mrs. John Adekun Kufuor and John Dramani Mahama, in separate meetings with GSS officials, pledged their unalloyed support for the exercise. And then she goes on to state that we must all bear in mind that this data from census will be used for decision-making and policy planning for the development of a nation. What more could she have said? And she concludes by saying that I fully trust that as the census officers began their work to enumerate citizens on June 27, 2021, this will enable the country to have proper and accurate data on its population and housing. I therefore call on all Ghanaians to ensure that we participate in the exercise by ensuring that we are counted and encourage one another to fully participate in it when their time is due. So all she's saying is that for those who will try to pass partisan comments, making unnecessary allegations, misleading people, they should stop. Yes. That is the core.
Yes.
That is the core. And it couldn't have been better. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about we need data, reliable data, to rely on for the purpose of taxation. Our colleague is drawing our attention to that. It's not a partisan exercise. She's telling us that for those who would want to make this a partisan thing, we should resist them. That is a call on us. She's telling us as MPs, when we are told of stories, we should verify, validate before relying on them. She's telling us that. So, Mr. Speaker, I shall adopt this statement, rely on same as though all of it came from me without more. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, there's a last statement that is also put up by a lady, and the statement is on the rising levels of insecurity and violent crime in Ghana by the member for Krote Kole constituency, Honorable Dr. Zinato Admiral. Honorable, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker Zaneto. Thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the rising levels of insecurity and violent crime in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the 14th of June 2021, in Accra, a bullion van was attacked and the police officer who was part of the security detail was shot in the head. Social media was flooded with pictures and videos of the dead policeman slumped in front of the seat of the vehicle covered in blood. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what people might think, the attack on this policeman was not an isolated incident. We have witnessed an increase in fatal attacks on members of our security personnel by armed persons, some apparently robberies and others, the motives which are not very clear. This is in no way holding brief for the acts of violence and killings of our citizens by some security service personnel. Mr. Speaker, the delivery of the State of the Nation Address under Article 67 of the Constitution has become the best known appearance of the President before the House of Parliament, often comprised of achievements and compliments. However, the number of incidents occurring of grave national importance currently should require that Article 34(2) come into play. Mr. Speaker, the 1992 Constitution, under the directive principles of state policy, states that the President shall report to Parliament at least once a year all the steps taken to ensure the realization of the policy objectives contained in the chapter, and in particularly the realization of basic human rights, a healthy economy, the right to work, the right to good health, and the right to education. Thanks to the advent of social media and the depth of mobile phone penetration, the days of providing people with skewed events that they swallow hook, line, and sinker are no longer with us. The people of Ghana are no longer expecting miracles, but they are expecting leadership with integrity, accountability, and transparency. Furthermore, the right to free speech, which seems to be under threat, is of great concern. The right to free speech, which is a pillar of good governance, also allows citizens to play their role of oversight and to be able to criticize and offer suggestions. But perhaps even more crucial, one of its roles is to act as a pressure valve to make people feel heard. Mr. Speaker, when the principles underpinning good governance are being undermined and misconstrued, they weaken the foundations of our democracy, feeding into the notion, and I quote, that democratic failure is a possibility that remains very much entrenched within the idea of democracy itself. And this is in an article that's in a Journal of Social and Political Theory. I've made the reference here for the table of this. Mr. Speaker, we have been observing a frightening level of trends in violent crime in Ghana, specifically with small arms and light weapons. On small arms and light weapons that is resourced every year under the budget. So the irony of the 100% increase in gun crime within the first quarter of 2020 compared to the first quarter of 2021 cannot be lost on anyone. And these statistics and more are available in the police records. Another type of crime, which is also on the increase significantly in Ghana, is kidnapping. The most recent ones, the majority of which have been occurred in the communities of nomadic herdsmen, with ransoms being paid in the region of hundreds of thousands of cedis. These abductions are mostly happening between the nomadic clans, but also it's happening amidst clashes between herdsmen and the indigenes, creating tensions. Transhumance, unless managed within the context of our national security, threatens to undermine the relative peace and stability in our country, as well as the good relations we have with our member states in the sub-region. The all too familiar illegal exploitation of our natural resources, of which Galamsey is part, is yet another means by which criminality is being financed. Mr. Speaker, arrests and identifications of persons involved in Galamsey has revealed the involvement of Chinese, Nigerian, Burkinabe, and Beninois nationals, amongst others. The porous borders of our country, as well as the links between families across our various international borders, makes the control of such activities challenging, all made worse by the collusion of influential persons in our communities and body politic. The scramble for resource-rich areas has fueled the conflict in Burkina Faso, and Ghana ought to take a cue from that in appreciating the fact that proceeds from illegal mining in Ghana could well be financing violent extremism in the Sahel and the rest of the sub-region. This, of course, does not augur well for our reputation as a country, nor does it help in our own national security, given the downward trend of the extremists into our region and the rise in maritime criminal activity, which has made the Gulf of Guinea one of the most dangerous maritime zones. Mr. Speaker, another phenomenon which has reached disturbing proportions is the numbers of youth, women, and children, as well as persons with disability, who now gather in large groups along our ceremonial roads, begging for money and posing a danger to themselves and vehicular traffic. This risks the safety of these individuals and motorists alike. In recent times, some motorists have been attacked in broad daylight by some of these individuals. It has also been observed that some of these individuals are part of a cartel operating within the sub-region, using these vulnerable groups to beg for money, which is then sent outside Ghana. And one must wonder whether they are also contributing towards the violent extremism in the sub-region. As we witness a surge in the conflicts in the sub-region and its accompanying southernward trend of displaced persons, we must ensure that our laws are enforced and our agencies which are responsible for law enforcement are being effective, that our country does not become a haven for opportunistic criminal elements who would want to increase the insecurity of our own citizens. The African Continental Free Trade Area is meant to be a win-win for the people of this continent. But if we do not ensure that our laws are taking effect, our citizens will be negatively affected by some of the net migration into Ghana. At a time when there is conflict within the sub-region, our ability to enforce our laws has never been more crucial. The police need to have a tougher stance on infringements of the law to send a strong signal to all criminal activity that it will not be countenanced in any form without any political or undue interference. Mr. Speaker, there is a link, overtly and covertly, between our internal security, law enforcement, and the spread of violent extremism in the sub-region, including the radicalization of our youth. This statement is nowhere near a comprehensive list of the challenges to our internal security, but its intention is really to bring our minds to some of the pieces in this puzzle. The President must ensure that our security and law enforcement agencies are adequately resourced. Clearly, we cannot keep the budget releases for our police, armed forces, and other security personnel on the back burner in light of escalating levels of violent crimes within the country and close to our borders. Furthermore, the President, with the recent launch of Ghana's national security strategy, needs to put an urgent plan and strategy in place to better resource the security agencies, especially the police service under Article 34.2, and then under Article 34.2, report to Parliament on the steps being taken to restore a feeling of security within the country. The people of Ghana need reassurance that they can continue to enjoy the peace of mind and security in this country that we have all taken for granted for so long. Right Honourable, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, I will invite two from each side, and that will include leadership. Yes, Honourable Member for Medina.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very timely statement by Honourable Zaneto Rollins. Right Honourable Speaker, violent crime is a big challenge in our country today. But the biggest question that we may need to ask ourselves is, what are the root causes of this violent crime? Right Honourable Speaker, if you look at research all over the world, poverty stands as one of the fundamental reasons why people enter crime or people commit crime. And as we speak today, more than 3 billion people the world over are classified as being poor. Out of this number, about 1 billion people the world over who are children are living in extreme poverty. Right Honourable Speaker, when you come to Ghana, you come to our cities, you still see a good number of our young people living in ghettos and struggling to survive by the day. When the rural areas, it is even worse. So, not until as a people we take decisive steps to rule out extreme poverty from our society, crime will be something we'll continue to deal with. Right, Honourable Speaker, the second most important cause has been identified as peer pressure. As we speak today, due to information technology, there are a lot of our young people spending all their time on social media. Sometimes parents are unable to even supervise what these children are watching and the kind of materials they are interacting with. And our TV stations are full of videos and of violent crime. So these are some of the influences on our children today. The third one is drugs. Drug peddling in our country today is unbelievable. If you travel, today I was inspecting drains and broken bridges across my constituency. And one of the areas I visited today, people came and said, we have bunkers here, and every night, if you look at the number of young people who troop here to smoke, you won't believe it. And that we need help so we can actually get rid of these people from that very community. So these are some of the fundamental ones. We cannot end this without mentioning politics. Politics is a source of our country today. As a result of desires for political power by all illegitimate means, people will go to every length, procure arms for people, and give them monies, resource them against their political opponent. So we go round and round and round, and it has become a vicious cycle of violence, because violence begets violence. And that is what is happening in our system today. For the sake of power, it is so difficult for us to be able to obtain legitimate power. And so I would use this as an opportunity to encourage all of us. We can go on and on: unemployment, religion, deprivation, unfair judicial system. Unfair judicial system. And right on this slide, these are some of the causes of crime. And in conclusion, I would want to draw the state's attention and the president's obligation, the president's attention to his obligation under Article 37 of the 1992 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would read Article 37(1), which reads, "The state shall endeavor to secure and protect a social order founded on the ideals and principles of freedom, equality, justice, probity, and accountability, as enshrined in Chapter 5 of this Constitution. And in particular, the state shall direct its policy towards ensuring that every citizen has equality of rights, obligations, and opportunities before the law." If we can order our things to achieve these ideals, I'm sure violence will reduce, or we can even get rid of violent crime in our country. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And I want to also proceed myself with a maker of the statement. Speaker, it's true, as my honorable friend just said, poverty is a major issue when it comes to rising crimes and insecurity. And because it's made that point, I don't want to belabor it. Speaker, one other important factor has to do with drug abuse, especially what I've come to know is that in this country, marijuana is the drug that is mainly abused by the youth. And sadly, youth between the bracket of 10 and 12 years are involved in this particular habits. And that is sad. But the worrying signal that I have come to know is the fact that media reportage regarding some of the happenings in our society has been part of the violence that we are witnessing in this country. The Speaker, what I've seen is that the media, in their haste to break our stories, don't take their time to do research and investigation to come up with the truth surrounding happenings. They just jump the gun and report, firm reasons. So their conclusions eventually turn out to be injurious to the society. And I'll plead with our media houses to be circumspect in their reportage, because if they are not careful, the youth will feed into their reportage and use that to foment troubles. Speaker, the desire of the youth to be rich is something we must also avert our minds to. The youth, without knowing the toil our elders and the great persons have gone through, desire to be like them overnight. And for me, that is so worrying. Some of us have labored for a very, very long time. They see you driving in a nice vehicle, they think that you just got it. So the impatience on their parts. Society must consciously let the youth understand that patience is the key to success. And I'm sure that if we are able to achieve that, the insecurity and the rising crimes will come down. It behoves on us all to make this the cardinal factor in dealing with violence and crime in this country. Politicians also play a role. We want to always cash in on disadvantages that affect a particular government. And for me, that is so sad. If you're not careful, as my honorable friend said, our quest to obtain political power will let us lose focus of the need for us to build this country together. I want to plead with all of us that the canker rising must be dealt with. if you're not careful and the insecurity heightens, the disadvantage is that it will scare investors from this country. We are more likely going to lose foreign direct investment, which will eventually affect our resource envelope. We all must see this as a cardinal duty to safeguard the security and the peace we've enjoyed in this country over the years. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a bow and thank you again for the opportunity.
Yes. Gentlemen, your constituency.
Okay, thank you. My constituency for Eximokwa in the Central Region.
Come again.
Chifu Eximokwa in the Central Region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for...
Yes, including leadership. So I'm assuming that he's yielding his position to... Yes, Honorable, we can go.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the statement. And I want to thank my colleague and the senior comrade, Dr. Zaneto, for a very well-researched statement. Mr. Speaker, a friend of mine in Canada, and Honorable Aponyamaki knows him, he said to me that security is the most important thing in anybody's life. Without life, nothing matters any longer. And so that is why some countries like America will spend fortunes of their income on security. Mr. Speaker, come back to this parliament. Sometimes people walk to your offices without even information from the desk, the front desk, that they were coming to you. And it is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, I visited some of the Galamsey sites, these illegal mining sites. If you see the kind of people there, Mr. Speaker, but when at the end of the day, this burning of excavators and all that is not well managed and they are thrown into the system, Mr. Speaker, they come around to hurt all of us. I would want to urge leadership of this country to try as much as possible to take security matters very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, the kind of people we even recruit into our security services. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it is those who do not do well in secondary schools and so forth and so on that find themselves into the security services. Sometimes politicians also takes what they call protocol and bring people to the security services who are not even qualified, Mr. Speaker. When we do that, what we're doing is that you can spend all the time to make all the money. You can try to build all the houses, buy all the cars. But you are employing people who are not qualified, who are not professional into our security services to come back to hurt us. Mr. Speaker, if we can allow professionalism to prevail in our security services, Mr. Speaker, Edra, for example, the way the military handle the crowd, I'm sure will not happen. Mr. Speaker, if the security services, for example, the police are being shot and killed, then what about we, the citizens, that have no guns and all that? And that comes to question why members of parliament will be assigned security people, but will not have guns. They are not armed, Mr. Speaker. It is my plea and my observation that looking at how some people suffer, armed robbery, attack and all that, as members of parliament, I would want to recommend that let's allow the security services that are accompanying our members of parliament be trained and handle weapons so that they can protect us properly. Otherwise, they will just be wearing the shirts, but to protect us will be difficult. Mr. Speaker, what is happening in the villages now are not fine. Cocoa farmers are suffering it. You dry your cocoa, in my village, for example, people come, take all the seeds, and if you don't try, they kill you. Mr. Speaker, let us try and look at security issues very properly. The people we recruit into the security services are not properly trained and must be looked at. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Abonyomaki said it's time. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, Abonyomaki's police officer needs to be trained to have weapons to protect him. Just as me, just as everybody here. Otherwise, we'll be working with policemen, weapons to protect us, and we may be victims. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not continue again because it is time. God bless you.
Yes. Honorable, unless majority leader decides to yield his position to you, so will Afenyo yield his time to you? Honorable majority leader, hold on. Let me give him 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I would oblige you on the condition that he proves those people wrong. Those people who have been saying he doesn't speak Nzima fluently. Mr. Speaker, you know this matter came up. He rushed into the chamber.
Honorable, no, don't go there.
He can even mention 8.
Honorable, don't go there, don't go there. Honorable, don't go there. Honorable member, I'll give you just 2 minutes.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me thank the maker of the station, the Honorable Rawlings, for a very important statement. Mr. Speaker, the reason why my Honorable Fenyo Makins has not been able to learn the Nzima language is because he zeroed it on a very interesting area, the pronunciation of 8,888 in Nzima. But I will never please him by pronouncing that in Nzima for him. I won't do it. Mr. Speaker, the topic and the statement that has been made is a very serious one. And we tend to forget that for all the things we care about in this country, security is number one. It's everything. We have just been lucky. We've been blessed. But Mr. Speaker, I think that we must collectively agree that this is an area that goes beyond politics. It is an area that we must have a total agreement on. The issue of security, which is really enshrined in our Constitution. We talk about security and sometimes we forget that it's about the fundamental freedoms of Ghanaians. The right to move freely, the right to assembly, the right to protest, the right to freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, the only reason why we are here in Parliament is that the whole country, over 30 million Ghanaians, cannot fit in this room. The only reason why President Akufo-Addo is sitting at the Flagstaff House is because the people of Ghana must arrange that some of us
Honorable,
with the power.
Honorable member, hold on. Officially, the seat of government is Jubilee House.
Oh, sorry.
So just address yourself to
that. The seat of government officially is Jubilee Flagstaff House. I will know it, Mr. Speaker. I will oblige. But the truth is that we can go out and ask the people of Ghana the name of the Flagstaff House, and I will bring the polling will be done and we'll bring it here. But Mr. Speaker, I'll continue. I'll take a cue from. I've taken a cue from the Speaker. I have taken a cue from the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have obliged, and I'm continuing the speaking. I take it that it's a Flagstaff House. It's a Jubilee House, Mr. Speaker. Jubilee House. But Mr. Speaker, the point I was making was that it is so critical that the reason why our democracy has been celebrated has to do with exactly that we are a peaceful country that can really demonstrate. It looks like in the last few months, there's a sense that all of this is basically slipping away from us. What happened? Mr. Speaker, are we saying that under this government, the right of Ghanaians to simply assemble and protest and speak out, which is guaranteed